is swung on and hit in the air to right field deep. And you can't forget about this one. Blaze Salter hits number 5, and the Newport Gulls retake the lead.
This is the Newport Gulls pregame show, live from Cardines Field in Newport, Rhode Island.
Gone! A grand slam! Drew Ludbauer, right tower power, and the Gulls walk off in the 15th inning!
Coming up, interviews, stats, standings, lineups, and a whole lot more.
Tomas steps on the back for one out, throws to first, it is in time, a double play.
Pitch, breaking ball lifted deep to center field, and it is gone! A 2-run shot for Cody Hosey.
A high drive, left field deep. Bolzano going back, looking up. This ball is a 2-run homer. P.J. Jones hits it out.
Stay tuned. The pregame show begins now on the NECBL Broadcast Network. In his first season covering Newport Gulls baseball, here is play-by-play broadcaster Zach Letson.
Well, the rain has washed away, and it is another fantastic Friday night for baseball here at Cardines Field. Thanks for joining us. It's Game 2 of the Pell Bridge Series coming up next in 13 minutes here at Cardines. Zach Letson joined alongside the voice of the Ocean State Waves, Zach Austin, and the field reporter for the Newport Gulls, Shane Briggs, as this rivalry continues, and Newport coming in on a 6-game winning streak, a 6-1 record. Ocean State sitting at 4-6. I mentioned game number 2 between these two teams this season, and game 1, Zach, the closest of margins that we could get, 2-1 over at Old Mountain Field. Newport taking a 2-0 lead in the 5th inning. Ocean State, though, a real chance to come back, potentially win the game. They get 1 in the 9th and strand the tying run on base in a game that certainly was a nail-biter.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of thrilling ones here for the Waves at Old Mountain Field. That one, Kyle Maves' run cutting the lead in half, but just not quite enough at the end. And we saw earlier this week a doubleheader at Vermont against the Mountaineers, who were undefeated at the time. They just got their first loss. In Game 2, they brought them to the brink in extras. So, although they're only 4-6 on the season, they're a team that can really compete with the best of the NECBL.
Well, that was win number 3 of this winning streak for Newport. It's now grown to 6. That game last Saturday over at Old Mountain Field, since Newport beating Martha's Vineyard its last time here at Cardines Field on Monday by a final of 7-4. Then going to Martha's Vineyard the next day with maybe a score that stands out across all NECBL scores this season. Newport beating Martha's Vineyard by a final of 17-1. 6 runs in the first, 3 more in the second. It was over from there for Newport. Slade Alford, the big name to keep an eye out there. 2 home runs, a 4-for-5 night. That's kind of what it's just been about, Shane. Just everything, pitching, hitting, all of it's really just been clicking for the Gulls.
Yeah, they came out hot. They were, the bats have been rolling lately. Everything has just been on lately. I mean, a game 17-1 catches the eye for the 17, obviously, but they held the other team to one run. That's, while the highlight is probably going to be put on the bats there, to hold anyone to 1 run is still an accomplishment in and of itself. So I think a lot more credit should be going to the pitchers as well. But yeah, definitely a lot of, and all of their wins of late have been great, well-rounded team wins as well. They've shown a lot of fight, a lot of close games, some not so close games, but a lot to be happy about for the Gulls and a lot of momentum to carry into tonight.
You mentioned team wins for the Gulls. 32 hits in these last 2 games for Newport, 25 runs. And we talk about the pitching, just the 1 run given up on Tuesday. Then Newport, after the long trip to the Vineyard, comes back home, and the next day has a trip to Sanford, Maine for the first time in 3 years. They go up there, and it was the pitching that really helped Newport get it done. They won 8-3 on Wednesday night at Goodall Park in Sanford, Maine. Of course, the home of where the Newport Gulls won their last NECBL title 8 years ago, but that game was just as much about the pitching as it was about the hitting for Newport. Daniel Blair, the Newport starter, 5 shutout innings, gave up just 2 hits, and struck out 4. So that's kind of setting the scene for how we got here. The Ocean State Waves with a win of their own yesterday, 9-2 over the Martha's Vineyard Sharks. Both of these teams feeling really good coming into this game tonight.
Yeah, exactly. The Waves coming off a long road trip. They played, a doubleheader at Vermont, a pair of away games against North Shore and Mystic before that. So, and then coming back, getting the win, making it the second win this week. And against this Newport team, again, they are leading here in the Coastal Division at 6-1 on that 6-game winning streak. But they played them close last time. They showed that they belong on the field with them and can compete till the very end. We'll see what happens here in game number 2.
Game 1 of the Pell Bridge Series, 2-1. Do we have a nail-biting game in store here for game number 2 of the Pell Bridge Series? We'll have starting lineups and all of the good stuff on the other side of the break as we inch closer and closer to first pitch here at Cardines Field between the Gulls and the Waves.
Franklin Sports is proud to be the official batting glove of the New England League. This summer, the NECBL and its 14 organizations join over 200 major leaguers by wearing custom Franklin batting gloves as members of the Franklin family. To design your own custom pair of batting gloves, visit franklinsports.com and join the fam. Franklin is the official batting glove of the New England League. The Newport Gulls Broadcast Network features 7 high-definition cameras, graphics, instant replay, and extended pregame and postgame coverage. Watch the Gulls all season long every Friday night on Your View New England. Be sure to follow the Gulls all season long on our social media accounts at Newport Gulls on Twitter and Instagram, and Facebook.com/Newport Gulls, and subscribe on YouTube.com/Newport Gulls for the latest video highlights and exclusive interviews. The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason. For the first time in league history, the 2022 New England League All-Star Game is headed to Martha's Vineyard, home of the Sharks. On Sunday, July 24th, join the NECBL's best as they ferry over to the island and enter the Shark Tank in front of scouts from every MLB organization. Visit asg22.necbl.com for more information. And don't forget to make your ferry reservation at steamshipauthority.com. Fans, the NECBL's broadcast network brings all of the action right to your home every night. Available on your desktop, laptop, mobile device, as well as your Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Android TV device. Enjoy single-day passes for just $8, purchase a weekly subscription for $20, a monthly pass for $40, or an all-season pass for $80. Head to watch.necbl.com for more information and for a full streaming schedule. Zephyr is the official on-field cap of the NECBL. Also known as the Z-Hats, Zephyr is the authentic college hat with a loyal following of those who only wear the Z. Zephyr makes hats for over 800 colleges and channels that same energy and creativity into building custom hats of all types for pro sports teams, clothing brands, and companies everywhere. Make sure you pick up your Newport Gulls official on-field cap today. The Newport Gulls Broadcast Network features 7 high-definition cameras, graphics, instant replay, and extended pregame and postgame coverage. Watch the Gulls all season long every Friday night on Your View New England. Be sure to follow the Gulls all season long on our social media accounts at Newport Gulls on Twitter and Instagram, and Facebook.com/Newport Gulls, and subscribe on YouTube.com/Newport Gulls for the latest video highlights and exclusive interviews. The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason. Franklin Sports is proud to be the official batting glove of the New England League. This summer, the NECBL and its 14 organizations join over 200 major leaguers by wearing custom Franklin batting gloves as members of the Franklin family. To design your own custom pair of batting gloves, visit franklinsports.com and join the fam. Franklin is the official batting glove of the New England League. For the first time in league history, the 2022 New England League All-Star Game is headed to Martha's Vineyard, home of the Sharks. On Sunday, July 24th, join the NECBL's best as they ferry over to the island and enter the Shark Tank in front of scouts from every MLB organization. Visit asg22.necbl.com for more information. And don't forget to make your ferry reservation at steamshipauthority.com. Fans, the Newport Gulls broadcast network features 7 high-definition cameras, graphics, instant replay, and extended pregame and postgame coverage. Watch the Gulls all season long every Friday night on Your View New England. Be sure to follow the Gulls all season long on our social media accounts at Newport Gulls on Twitter and Instagram, and Facebook.com/Newport Gulls, and subscribe on YouTube.com/Newport Gulls for the latest video highlights and exclusive interviews. Whether you're an island resident or just visiting, the fastest way to get to the Cape and Islands is by taking the New England League's preferred partner, the Steamship Authority Ferry. Visit steamshipauthority.com for more information. Zephyr is the official on-field cap of the NECBL. Also known as the Z-Hats, Zephyr is the authentic college hat with a loyal following of those who only wear the Z. Zephyr makes hats for over 800 colleges and channels that same energy and creativity into building custom hats of all types for pro sports teams, clothing brands, and companies everywhere. Make sure you pick up your Newport Gulls official on-field cap today. Fans, the NECBL's broadcast network brings all of the action right to your home every night. Available on your desktop, laptop, mobile device, as well as your Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Android TV device. Enjoy single-day passes for just $8, purchase a weekly subscription for $20, a monthly pass for $40, or an all-season pass for $80. Head to watch.necbl.com for more information and for a full streaming schedule. The Newport Gulls broadcast network features 7 high-definition cameras, graphics, instant replay, and extended pregame and postgame coverage. Watch the Gulls all season long every Friday night on Your View New England. Be sure to follow the Gulls all season long on our social media accounts at Newport Gulls on Twitter and Instagram, and Facebook.com/Newport Gulls, and subscribe on YouTube.com/Newport Gulls for the latest video highlights and exclusive interviews. The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final Four, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup.
There will be baseball played at Cardines Field tonight. Just not quite yet. We're back here in the booth here at Cardines Field. Zach Letson, Zach Austin, Shane Briggs getting you ready. And this game was scheduled for a 6:35 start. If you're looking at the weather right now here at Cardines, you'd be surprised to know that there even was rain in the first place. But the rain, the tarp being on the field, kind of elongated the players being able to warm up on schedule. The field being in the shape, of course, all the things that go into it. As you see the line down the right field line, here is the Tiverton Lions Club in attendance. Rhode Island Lions sight night here at Cardines Field, and all the pregame festivities that come with that. Of course, it is 6:38 local time here at Cardines Field, so we are already 3 minutes behind schedule, and we will keep you updated as we get closer and closer here to game time. Again, Gulls and Waves, game 2 of the Pell Bridge Series. And it is coming up shortly. Not quite yet, but our excellent operations crew, field crew here at Cardines Field, they keep this field in shape that's ready enough to play, and that is what we are waiting on here as Newport in their Friday oranges and Ocean State in their road blues sit tight and get ready for first pitch, which will be coming up shortly. And as we get closer, we will have starting lineups, starting defensive alignments for you. But for now, players staying loose, having some fun, talking near the dugouts, and we will update you as we get closer to a first pitch. But stick around here as we'll have more pregame coverage here on the other side, here on the NECBL Network.
The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final Four, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason. Whether you're an island resident or just visiting, the fastest way to get to the Cape and Islands is by taking the New England League's preferred partner, the Steamship Authority Ferry. Visit steamshipauthority.com for more information. Zephyr is the official on-field cap of the NECBL. Also known as the Z Hats, Zephyr is the authentic college hat with a loyal following of those who only wear the Z. Zephyr makes hats for over 800 colleges and channels that same energy and creativity into building custom hats of all types for pro sports teams, clothing brands, and companies everywhere. Make sure you pick up your Newport Gulls official on-field cap today. For the first time in league history, the 2022 New England League All-Star Game is headed to Martha's Vineyard, home of the Sharks. On Sunday, July 24th, join the NECBL's best as they ferry over to the island and enter the Shark Tank in front of scouts from every MLB organization. Visit asg22.necbl.com for more information. And don't forget to make your ferry reservation at steamshipauthority.com. Fans, the NECBL's broadcast network brings all of the action right to your home every night. Available on your desktop, laptop, mobile device, as well as your Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Android TV device. Enjoy single-day passes for just $8, purchase a weekly subscription for $20, a monthly pass for $40, or an all-season pass for $80. Head to watch.necbl.com for more information and for a full streaming schedule. Franklin Sports is proud to be the official batting glove of the New England League. This summer, the NECBL and its 14 organizations join over 200 major leaguers by wearing custom Franklin batting gloves as members of the Franklin family. To design your own custom pair of batting gloves, visit franklinsports.com and join the fam. Franklin is the official batting glove of the New England League. The Newport Gulls broadcast network features 7 high-definition cameras, graphics, instant replay, and extended pregame and postgame coverage. Watch the Gulls all season long every Friday night on YourView New England. Be sure to follow the Gulls all season long on our social media accounts at Newport Gulls on Twitter and Instagram, and Facebook.com/Newport Gulls, and subscribe on YouTube.com/Newport Gulls for the latest video highlights and exclusive interviews. The Newport Gulls broadcast network features 7 high-definition cameras, graphics, instant replay, and extended pregame and postgame coverage. Watch the Gulls all season long every Friday night on YourView New England. Be sure to follow the Gulls all season long on our social media accounts at Newport Gulls on Twitter and Instagram, and Facebook.com/Newport Gulls, and subscribe on YouTube.com/Newport Gulls for the latest video highlights and exclusive interviews. The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year. Each of the 3 division winners, and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason. The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year. Each of the 3 division winners, and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason. Whether you're an island resident or just visiting, the fastest way to get to the Cape and Islands is by taking the New England League's preferred partner, the Steamship Authority Ferry. Visit steamshipauthority.com for more information. Zephyr is the official on-field cap of the NECBL. Also known as the Z-Hats, Zephyr is the authentic college hat with a loyal following of those who only wear the Z. Zephyr makes hats for over 800 colleges and channels that same energy and creativity into building custom hats of all types for pro sports teams, clothing brands, and companies everywhere. Make sure you pick up your Newport Gulls official on-field cap today. For the first time in league history, the 2022 New England League All-Star Game is headed to Martha's Vineyard, home of the Sharks. On Sunday, July 24th, join the NECBL's best as they ferry over to the island and enter the Shark Tank in front of scouts from every MLB organization. Visit asg22.necbl.com for more information. And don't forget to make your ferry reservation at steamshipauthority.com. Fans, the NECBL's broadcast network brings all of the action right to your home every night. Available on your desktop, laptop, mobile device, as well as your Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Android TV device. Enjoy single-day passes for just $8, purchase a weekly subscription for $20, a monthly pass for $40, or an all-season pass for $80. Head to watch.necbl.com for more information and for a full streaming schedule. Franklin Sports is proud to be the official batting glove of the New England League. This summer, the NECBL and its 14 organizations join over 200 major leaguers by wearing custom Franklin batting gloves as members of the Franklin family. To design your own custom pair of batting gloves, visit franklinsports.com and join the fam. Franklin is the official batting glove of the New England League.
Well, as you can see, players have finally started to take the field. We have an official start time, 7 o'clock here at Cardines Field. It is Rhode Island Lions site night here at Cardines, and we have Newport Gulls intros as well as all of our pregame festivities. So let's send it down to the PA voice of the Newport Gulls, Don O'Hanley, as he introduces the rest of the Newport Gulls team.
His baseball buddy is Beckett Melville.
Slates from Mississippi State in Madison, Alabama. Batting sixth, the first baseman, number 36, Noah Martinez.
His baseball buddy is Quentin Sledge.
Noah is from Central Connecticut State University in the town of Brookfield, Connecticut. Batting seventh, the third baseman, number 1, Luke Beckstein.
His baseball buddy is George Dastis.
He's from Northeastern University in the city of Tingsboro, Massachusetts. Batting 8, the second baseman, number 8, Jacob Gurley of Brown University in the city of Hollister, way out there in California. Batting 9th, the shortstop, Spencer Smith of Northeastern University and Wellesley, Massachusetts. Spencer is wearing number 31 tonight instead of his usual 22. On the mound for the Gulls, number 16, Colin Lowe. He's from Bryant University in our capital city of Providence, Rhode Island. The coaching staff, the manager is number 33, Frank Holbrook of Middletown, Rhode Island. The hitting coach, number 15, Ted Reagan of Fall River, Massachusetts. And pitching coach, number 28, Dan Kozowski, native of Andover, Massachusetts. Calling balls and strikes tonight. The plate umpire, Anthony Brunetti. On the base paths, Christopher Lima and J.C. Fernandez. And we needn't extend every courtesy to these fine gentlemen.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Cardines Field. As Don mentioned, tonight is our Rhode Island Lions Club night here. But first, I'd like to give a big shout out to the Newport Gulls grounds crew and volunteer staff who helped get this field ready. Thanks for everybody for being patient with us here as we get going. This is the first annual Newport Lions Club night, Go to Bat for Sight Night, which was created by selling tickets to tonight's game between the Newport Gulls and the Ocean State Waves. Helped by 28 Lions clubs all over Rhode Island, the Lions sold over 700 tickets at $4 each for $3,100, in which 100% of these funds will go to the Rhode Island Lions Club Sight Foundation, which helps visually impaired individuals all over Rhode Island. Let's give them a big round of applause. Now you see behind us just a few of those Lions clubs who helped us. So let's give them all a round of applause as I announce them. Tyrians Lions Club, Situate, Burville, Providence, North Providence, and Charahoe. Also with us, we have members of the Rhode Island Visually Impaired community and members from Camp Magatia. Now, I'd like to introduce a few of our ceremonial first pitches. First up, the president of the Providence Lions Club, Louis Del Rio. He came dressed to impress. Now I'd like to welcome Sally Scott. She's the district governor for all of the Rhode Island Lions clubs. Next is Jason Hills, who's the district governor-elect for the Rhode Island clubs. Good toss. Next, a very special member of both the Newport Gulls family as well as the Rhode Island Lions Club family, Rob Sanchez. He's been a volunteer with the Newport Gulls for well over 10 years, and he's actually legally blind and just got finished running the Boston Marathon. How about that, guys? He's the best one yet. And before our last ceremonial first pitch, I'd like to call Dave Dittman from the Newport Lions Club to present a check for tonight's funds for the Rhode Island, for the Sight Foundation. All the proceeds from tonight's sales went right to the Sight Foundation, and to present to the new president is Earl Sharp. Now let's see what you can do on the mound, Earl.
The haters won't give us any. Hater! Yeah!
Give a big round of applause. At this time, I'd like you all to please rise and remove your caps. As the nation's colors are presented out in center field by the Sea Cadets, led by Brandy Bensemer. And I'd like to welcome back Louis Del Rio, the president of the Providence Lions Club, to perform tonight's national anthem. We're honored to have him here tonight as he's performed at both Fenway Park and TD Garden. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the rampart we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Oh, I saw him jump. I saw him jump. That was so hard. And he was like this. I was like, if that isn't the famous meme of 2023, I'm gonna be mad. Yeah, bro, I like I heard him. Yeah, I know. Probably slash shattered also. Probably shattered something. One really got fucked.
Thank you again, folks. Another big round of applause. Get ready to play some baseball.
It's almost that time. Moments away, finally. We thank you so much for sticking with us. Our coverage started all the way back at 6:20. It is 6:58. We are 2 minutes away from first pitch here in game number 2 of the Pell Bridge Series here on Rhode Island Lions Site Night. And we appreciate you joining us here on Blue Frame from Cardines Field. Zach Letson joined alongside Zach Austin and Shane Briggs, bringing you game number 8 in the Newport Gulls season, looking to extend a winning streak to 7 games. And let's give you how Newport will look in the field. They will take it here shortly as we inch closer and closer to baseball here. Left to right across the outfield for Newport. It's going to be Sam Kulasingam, Colton Ledbetter in center. Josh Grota-Grauer, the Newport right fielder out of Rutgers, plays right. Luke Beckstein plays at third. Spencer Smith at second. Spencer Smith at short. Trent Farquhar at second. Noah Martinez at first. Jake Burley does the catching for the Newport starting pitcher. Colin Lowe makes his second start this season in a Newport Gulls uniform after the first one, which went pretty well. 5 innings, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 4 hits, and 7 strikeouts to go with it. He did not pick up a decision. It was the 5-4 walk-off victory for the Newport Gulls back last Friday against the Valley Blue Sox, and Newport hoping for a strong performance out of him again. It was pitching that really helped get the job done on Wednesday when Daniel Blair gave Newport 5 shutout innings. And, well, the Newport pitching really got the best of the Ocean State Waves the last time these two teams played, Zach, with Dom Parachi having probably the best start a goal has had this season on the mound. 6 innings, no runs, 11 strikeouts for the Salve Regina pitcher.
Yeah, and as you said, Zach, Parachi, a big reason why Newport came out on top. He also earned an honor roll spot in the NECBL based on that performance. Part of a string of great pitching that the Waves have seen in opposition. Hoping that changes tonight in Colin Lowe, although, as you said, he had a good debut here this summer with the Gulls. And the Waves have a new lineup here coming up, again led by Pichu Freda. He has the latest homer for the Waves this season. That happened all the way back last week. We'll see if we have any more today. The outfield not too deep here, but certainly not too shallow either at Cardines Field.
The Waves held scoreless until there were 2 outs remaining in that game. Newport ended up winning it 2-1, a run in the first inning, and then another run coming in the 5th inning, and Ocean State with the lone run coming in the 9th. Shane, look, Newport looking to pick up a 7th straight victory. It's been a kind of a magical start to the season. Clearly things have been going right. How do you keep that mojo going, you think, for these guys before they take the field?
I think everything is just momentum. And I think another big thing is camaraderie. I think winning helps everything, and getting off on that early win streak definitely helps with camaraderie, team chemistry, everything like that. But these guys are clearly having a blast out here. We got to talk with a bunch of them pregame, and they're clearly just happy to be here and having fun. So having that group of guys that is playing well together, is talented on their own, but knows how to play as a team and enjoys being a team is a hard thing to stop. So hopefully they can carry that into tonight, and we'll see how everything shakes out.
Looseness, I think, is the key. And you mentioned we had a couple discussions with some of the players before the game. It's Friday night. We had our own little edition, and we'll be creating a Newport Gulls TikTok, so make sure to follow the Newport Gulls on TikTok. And we coined it Friday Night Vipes. It was pouring rain here at Cardines Field just shortly, not too long ago. I mean, of course, now it's 7 o'clock. It's turned into a great day for baseball, but it was pouring when we got here to the field at about 3, 4 o'clock. And so we're thinking on our feet. We're thinking creative. And you have a couple pit vipers, and we had some fun with a couple of the players, didn't we?
Indeed we did. Yeah, you wouldn't know looking at the field that it was raining sideways when we got here today. But, threw on the pairs of pit vipers, like you said, had a little short Q&A of some Friday Night Vipes with a couple of the guys. Got to know some of the players better. I think have some funny content that we'll be releasing on the TikTok like you mentioned, and looking forward to more of that as the season plays out.
That was Colton Freeman and Tyler Cortland, the 2 Dartmouth players on the Newport Gulls roster. And, of course, we had Colton up here in the booth last week, one of the characters on this Gulls team, and they had some funny banter back and forth. So make sure to check it out as you get your first look at Colin Lowe and the Newport Gulls out in the field here today. Lowe, a pitcher from Bryant University, and that, of course, there's a connection there. Zach, Bryant University, the home of Colin Lowe, and then, of course, one of the coaches on the Bulldogs coaching staff, the skipper for the Ocean State Waves, and Eric Hirshine-Bonner.
Yeah, as you said, Zach, big connections. If this is your first time really seeing the Waves this year, the manager, Eric Hirshine-Bonner, who is also the president here of the Waves, volunteer assistant coach for the Bryant Bulldogs during the year. The Waves actually took the Bryant Bulldogs bus recently on their road trip, but throughout the season, we've seen a lot of Bryant players here in the NECBL, not just for these Rhode Island teams, but all around New England. Great representation there. And, it's always interesting to see who has the advantage in that situation as a coach in HBOD who knows these players well, sees them. Back yesterday against Vineyard, Matt Woods led off for him, and we saw a couple moments there where HBOD and Woods were having a little fun, a little banter between the two. And it's always fun to see how that bleeds in when it comes to play on the field.
Now, there's Bryant Bulldog talent showcased across the league, and one of the coaches, he will, of course, the skipper here of the Ocean State Waves. And let's take a look at the lineup that he'll be sending tonight as Ocean State looks to even this Bellbridge series up. It is a 6-game season series. This is game 2. Pete Ciofreda, he does the leadoff inning out in left field. Donovan Cash plays for the first time against the Newport Gulls, plays first and hits second. Brody Heaton hits third and is the DH. Chase Meggers doing the cleanup hitting, and playing in right field, Kyrie Miller hits fifth and plays center. Justin Long does the catching and hits sixth. Alex Ramirez, the second-year Ocean State Wave, hits seventh and plays second. Max Johnson out of Indiana hits eighth and plays short. And Creek Robertson rounding out the order, hitting ninth and playing third. As Ciofreda steps in for the first pitch here tonight. And bunts it foul, and we're underway at Cardines Field.
Right away showing bunt there, Zach. Interesting choice by Ciofreda, who's starting to take ownership of that top spot. He didn't appear back on Tuesday. He's started in all of his other appearances and now batting first here in this Waves order.
Bunting a lost art nowadays, don't you think? I feel like that's something not a lot of guys do, but used to be utilized a lot more.
Well, held up on the bunt there, but took a strike on the inside part, so it's quickly 0-2. Wouldn't predict that the bunt will be on here. As that fastball misses upstairs. 71 degrees and partly cloudy. And I think if you would have told anyone here at Cardines Field it'd be partly cloudy by 7 o'clock, they would take it. That's some really hard rain here, about 3, 4 o'clock as that one gotten a piece of and off the hand of Burley.
Yeah, and Zach, not only it's partly cloudy, but if you look in the sky, it's 75% clear sky, 25% clouds. I drove here today to Cardines Field, and it was pouring rain, not a speck of brightness in the sky, and it's just completely turned around. Credit to the grounds crew for keeping Cardines Field ready to play today.
As that's lying the other way, one hopper, backhand by Beckstein, over to first, and it gets away from Martinez. On his way to second, Chufreda, and he'll make it in there standing up. So Beckstein tried making would have been a pretty unbelievable play. Saw him do it on Monday night for Newport against the Sharks, but that time that'd be a little too much for him to handle. The one base error gives Chufreda second, and all of a sudden the Waves in business right away.
Yeah, and there it is, Chufreda getting a hit right off the bat. Again, we saw out there at third base a good solid throw, but when you sprint over and make the effort to first, it can pay off. The throw offline, Chufreda strolls over to second, not too much of a contest there, and just like that, a runner in scoring position here for Ocean State.
Donovan Cash steps in, swinging first pitch, and fouls it back. Lightly will go down as a single and then a one-base E5 against Luke Beckstein, who has played shortstop, now playing over at third base. And next to his Northeastern teammate, his roommate, and his Newport Gulls teammate, Spencer Smith. They share the left side of the infield as Cash a foul tip into the mitt for strike 2.
So here's Donovan Cash, the ASUN freshman of the year this past spring, along a slew of other awards he won with the Owls, a big reason why they were ASUN champions. And now he's making his first start at first base, and he had his first hit of the season last night against Martha's Vineyard, a two-base strike, or shot rather, that sent Alex Ramirez home. Good first big play for him.
Yeah, had a pretty unbelievable year at Kennesaw State, a team that was in the Hattiesburg Regional. And he'll stay alive here, fouling off the 1-2 pitch. Ocean State really struggled offensively in Game 1 of this Pellbridge series back last Saturday over at Old Mountain Field. But I have a chance to strike first here, and a guy that is more than willing. Hit .367 with the Owls this spring. An ASUN freshman of the year, as you mentioned, a collegiate baseball freshman All-American. Is that 1-2 high in the air in right field. Josh Grota-Grauer makes the catch just in front of the wall. Tagging to third is Chufreda, and he'll make it there without a throw.
An easy catch for JKG there as the Gulls cash out, if you will, Zach.
Love the puns on the broadcast, but Donovan Cash, that's not a negative play. Obviously, you see Pete Chufreda over at third, 90 feet away. We saw it last time out. Runs were not common, hard to come by back at Old Mountain Field, and it was a close one. Came down to the very end, just a one-run victory for Newport. So if you're the Waves, if you strike first, that could be huge going forward.
Infield trickling in for Newport is Brody Heaton swinging at the first pitch, and hits it near the Mudville pub area, and it's turned into a not just a great night for baseball, but a great crowd here at Cardines Field. Not a lot of empty seats as Newport taking on their Rhode Island rivals here tonight. One of 3 home games that Newport has against the Waves this year, as that's hit down the third baseline. Beckstein's got him in a rundown. Throw home the tag, and he's out. Great heads-up play by Beckstein at third, and the Gulls gunned down the lead runner.
Yeah, that was tough. The throw looked like it would go home easily. They decided to hold on to it. Instead, Chufreda's in a rundown, but no chance there. Great trap there by the catcher for the Gulls, Burley. But Brody Heaton getting on base with a hit, and now 2 outs. So not completely dead here, but Newport avoiding an early deficit here in the first inning.
Heaton reaching on the fielder's choice, but Newport will certainly take that as Chase Meggers taking a big swing and a miss. Another guy that faces this Gulls team for the first time. A little bit of a different looking lineup from what we saw on Saturday. And Meggers one of those additions. Checking over at first, and back in time is Heaton.
Yeah, Heaton's not a guy that will steal, not the fastest base runner. Interesting decision there by him. And here's Chase Meggers. He did just join the team this week, and something he's done well so far for the Waves is get hits early in games.
Looks at strike 2 quickly behind 0-2. The catcher out of Oregon, but playing in right field tonight. And, it's interesting. We saw the Mystic Schooners do, or rather the Martha's Vineyard Sharks do something similar to that. As runner off and going, pitches outside, great throw from Burley. He got him. Jake Burley, a rocket behind the plate. And this inning is over. Colin Lowe dances out of trouble, and we head to the bottom of the first. No score here at Cardines.
The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason. For the first time in league history, the 2022 New England League All-Star Game is headed to Martha's Vineyard, home of the Sharks. On Sunday, July 24th, join the NECBL's best as they ferry over to the island and enter the Shark Tank in front of scouts from every MLB organization. Visit asg22.necbl.com for more information. And don't forget to make your ferry reservation at steamshipauthority.com.
Another Friday night at Cardines underway. Bottom of the first we go. No score between the Waves and the Gulls. Thanks for joining us. Zach Letson, Zach Austin, and Shane Briggs here with you. Newport gets their first at-bats of the night, so let's give you the Newport Gulls starting lineup. On the on-deck circle right now, Sam Kulisingham. He leads off for Newport. After the incredible season he had at Air Force Academy, he plays in left. Josh Kuroda-Grauer hits second and plays in right. Colton Ledbetter hits third and plays center. Trent Farquhar hits fourth and plays second base. Slade Alford doing the designated hitting. He's been as hot as any Newport Gull hitting in that 5 spot. Noah Martinez hits behind him, hitting sixth and playing first. Luke Beckstein hits seventh and plays third. Jake Burley, with the rocket he just threw to second base, hits eighth and does the catching. And Spencer Smith, rounding out the order with a new number 31. He plays short and hits ninth.
Yeah, and they'll face a brand new pitcher just signed yesterday, the righty out of Missouri. That is Jacob Cush. Again, just signing yesterday, making his first appearance today. We're both seeing him for the first time. We'll see what he has. A bullpen arm for the most part, at least in his junior season. Last season he was 3-0 in 12 games, pitched in 21 innings, just about an 8.5 ERA. Not the best, but 19 strikeouts as well.
And will immediately be challenged here with Sam Kulisingham, Newport's most dangerous hitter, at least if you're going off of the stats from this past year. One of the best hitters in all of Division I baseball. And now ahead 2 balls and a strike. 2 hits for Kulisingham, including the hit that ended up being the game-winning hit against the Waves, a 2-hit night, a bloop double that got down into kind of no man's land in left field. Popped him up deep into center field. Miller underneath it, and he makes the catch. Kyrie Miller in center. Couple of late changes for the Waves. Chase Meggers plays in left, while Pete Shufreda is in right. And the rest of the defensive alignment for Ocean State. Robertson at third, Johnson shortstop, Ramirez at second, Cash at first, and Long does the cashing for the Missouri Tiger. Jacob Cush, as we mentioned, making his NECBL debut here tonight, and fires a breaking ball in for a strike to Josh Kuroda-Grauer. Couple of RBIs for JKG on Wednesday. Hits in the 8th and the 9th inning against the Mainers. And hits this back foul tip, now 0-2. 8 runs for Newport on Wednesday, 17 runs for the Gulls on Tuesday. Of course, 7 runs the night before that, too. That's 32 runs in just a 3-day span. 0-2 pitch. Hit softly. Robertson And now 2 away here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, 2 solid outs against 2 of the top hitters on this team. Good start defensively for the Waves. And you talked about going back to Colasingham, the only goal with a pair of hits, 5 total for the team that day, but of course the RBI as well. Giving fits to this Waves team, but a good start for them. They'll have to keep it up the rest of the way. That will certainly help give a boost if they can.
And now it's Colton Ledbetter, the Newport center fielder. Steps in here with 2 down and nobody on. There's a drive. Deep into center. No doubt about it. Colton Ledbetter, for the 3rd time in 4 games, says adios. And Newport with the first punch. 1-0 goals in the bottom of the first.
And Ledbetter cleared that one over in center field with a high wall. Kyrie Miller out there in center knew it right away. All he could do was look, and the Gulls strike first.
And Zach, I've said it once, I'll say it again, getting out to a 1-0 lead early. Couldn't have led much better than that now, could he?
98 miles per hour off of the bat. 382 feet for the man that will soon be calling Mississippi State home. Quick shout out to our track man guy, Colby Mason, for doing all the fine work that he does and getting us those stats so quickly. Now here's another guy that had a home run in Newport's last game at Cardines, Trent Farquhar. Looks at strike 2. I was getting ready to say, Ledbetter with a home run in his last game at Cardines. He then homered the next night at Martha's Vineyard. So now make it 3 homers in 4 games as Farquhar with a drive in the left center. Running over, making the catch is Kyrie Miller to retire the side. But Colton Ledbetter gets Newport off to the right start. A solo shot, his 3rd of the season, and Newport a 1-0 lead as we head to the second here on the NECBL Network.
The Newport Gulls Broadcast Network features 7 high-definition cameras, graphics, instant replay, and extended pregame and postgame coverage. Watch the Gulls all season long every Friday night on Your View New England. Be sure to follow the Gulls all season long on our social media accounts at Newport Gulls on Twitter and Instagram, and Facebook.com/Newport Gulls, and subscribe on YouTube.com/Newport Gulls for the latest video highlights and exclusive interviews. The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason.
Newport on top quickly here at Cardines Field. 1-0, the Gulls lead over their Rhode Island counterparts. Zach Letson, Zach Austin, Shane Briggs here along with you as Ocean State sends 4, 5, and 6. It was about as uncharacteristic of a 1-2-3 inning as you might see, but that's what it turned into for Colin Lowe as Meggers with a foul tip.
And if you remember, Meggers was actually in the box there when Heaton got caught. So this is his first official at-bat, but, yeah, very strange 1-2-3 inning to start this one.
How many times do you see a 1-2-3 inning where 2 guys ended up reaching base? Yeah, Chufreda reach on the single. He was gunned down between third and home, and Heaton reaching on the fielder's choice. Like you said, he was gunned down at second after a Jake Burley masterclass behind the plate. And Newport, you can't say enough about the talent that this Gulls team has catching-wise. You got Parker Haskin, an all-star season ago here in the NECBL, and you also got Jake Burley sitting around out of Brown. As that pitch just misses outside. Now, 1-2 the count.
Yeah, and Zach, you talked about the Newport catchers. If you look at these Waves catchers, they're very versatile as well. Meggers is listed as a catcher. He's out in left field today. Blaine Lidsky, who's not in the lineup, does the same. And there's a called strike.
In there for strike 3, ring him up. Strikeout number 1 for Colin Lowe. So far, so good here tonight.
But yeah, going back to the catchers, of course, Lidsky and Meggers both play outfield. Then you have Justin Long, who can play the infield, who's about to come up here after Kyrie Miller. And he actually made a pretty good play back on Sunday against North Shore. A bare-handed right-hand snag at third base, casually throwing it to first for the out. So these guys can play all over despite just being listed as catchers.
Miller looks at strike 1. Hitting the leadoff spot when these two last played. Now slotted down to the 5-hole. The outfielder for the Winthrop Eagles this past season, played in 46 games. And looks at the fastball outside now. A ball and a strike, 254 his average. That to go with 11 long balls and 27 runs driven in. 1-1 from Lowe. Big cut and a miss. Went to the off speed that time and had Miller fooled.
Yeah, you look over at Lowe. He's given up 2 hits already, but you can't tell by the way he's throwing. A lot of confidence over there on the hill right now.
Here comes the 1-2. Ring him up, strike 3. Back-to-back, backwards Ks for Colin Lowe. 2 up, 2 down here in the second.
Yeah, we talked about the confidence. 2 Ks in a row now after that previous inning, which was a 1-2-3 inning at the end of the day. So great start here, pitching-wise for the Gulls. And if you're the Waves, it's just the repeat of the last time these two teams met.
Well,
at least
Zach,
so far.
It looks like it may be coming in Waves tonight.
There you go. Runs coming in waves. Now the pitching coming in waves as that pitch upstairs to the catcher, Justin Long.
And yet the Waves came in a bus.
I think we should take a boat here next time.
Certainly could be done. Along with a chopper, Spencer Smith. Throw over to first. Noah Martinez with the pick. Noah Martinez, the picking machine at first base. And the top of the second is history. 1, 2, 3 go the Waves. Head to the bottom of the second. 1-0 Gulls.
Whether you're an island resident or just visiting, the fastest way to get to the Cape and Islands is by taking the New England League's preferred partner, the Steamship Authority Ferry. Visit steamshipauthority.com for more information. Zephyr is the official on-field cap of the NECBL. Also known as the Z-Hats, Zephyr is the authentic college hat with a loyal following of those who only wear the Z. Zephyr makes hats for over 800 colleges and channels that same energy and creativity into building custom hats of all types for pro sports teams, clothing brands, and companies everywhere. Make sure you pick up your Newport Gulls official on-field cap today. Franklin Sports is proud to be the official batting glove of the New England League. This summer, the NECBL and its 14 organizations join over 200 major leaguers by wearing custom Franklin batting gloves as members of the Franklin family. To design your own custom pair of batting gloves, visit franklinsports.com and join the fam. Franklin is the official batting glove of the New England League.
It's turned into a gorgeous night here for baseball at Cardines Field. Glad you're with us. A 1-0 Gulls lead here on the NECBL Network. Gulls 1, Waves nothing. And one of the hottest hitters in the league steps in to face Jacob Cush. Slade Alford with a big swing and a foul tip back into the net.
But to that point, Zach, last time around when Alford played this team, he was struck out 3 times. So if you're Jacob Cush right now for the Waves, this is the perfect opportunity to get a good start and put that last inning behind you.
Zach, to your point, any night that ends, any day that ends in Y and is happening here at Cardines Field is a beautiful day for baseball.
That about checks out, I think.
I Googled it.
We have confirmation as Alford takes that pitch inside. We talked about the scorching hot stretch that he's had at the plate. 4 for 5 on Tuesday in that 17-1 win for the Gulls. He was that guy. 2 home runs, an RBI double to boot as he fouls that off. And then got the scoring started again for Newport on Wednesday with a bases-loaded RBI single. That was the only run. It was an 8-3 final score, but that was the only run that any team could get on the board until the 6th inning. It was a 1-0 game until then. 2-2 the count. Here comes the pitch. Caught on and missed. Strike 3. So how about that from Jacob Cush? Strikeout number 1 of the night comes to the Newport designated hitter.
Yeah, like I said, they want to see the version of him they saw last week, the one who didn't get a lot going, and there's a good start for them. Strike number 1 for Jacob Cush, and hoping to continue that now against Noah Martinez.
A guy that got his first hit as a Newport Gull the last time that Newport was here at Cardians. Ended up being the game-deciding hit in a 4-4 game in the 7th inning. As that pitch down low. And as since, that hit kind of opened things up for him. An 0 for 12 start, not the start he wanted, but then an RBI single against Martha's Vineyard on Monday, RBI single against Martha's Vineyard Tuesday, and an RBI double against Sanford on Wednesday. There's another single for Noah Martinez. Stay hot, and he's on with a 1-out single.
And you're just talking about the consistent hitting there from Noah Martinez, and right there he split the infield. Perfect placement on that hit. And there it is, another hit for the red-hot Martinez.
That hit was about identical to the one that was in the 7th inning against the Vineyard here on Monday. Of course, the circumstances a little different. That was a 4-4 game in the 7th inning, but Newport will certainly take it. As Luke Beckstein steps in for his first at-bat of the night. Playing over at third tonight as opposed to shortstop, where he's been more accustomed to in a Newport and a Northeastern, well, let's say Northeastern uniform, but him and Spencer Smith have kind of alternated and find themselves both in the lineup tonight.
And go back to that last pitch. Great job there by Justin Long behind the dish, preventing that ball from getting too far out of reach and holding the runner Martinez.
1-0 to Beckstein. Big cut and a miss on the high fastball.
And something to note here now, looking at Jacob Cush for the first time this year, he has a kind of a high release, kind of a throw going up and then down as it reaches the catcher.
One, tried checking his swing, and he could not. Umpires here tonight, Anthony Brunetti behind the plate, calling the balls and strikes in the field. Christopher Lima and J.C. Fernandez. As Newport looks to keep this undefeated stretch at home going. Newport 3-0 in home games, 6-1 overall. Beckstein with a high chopper. Robertson fields over to first. Wild throw. Beckstein tries diving in, but he can't avoid the tag. They have to. That is a commendable hustle and effort from your third baseman in Beckstein, but also a good adjustment from Cash at first base. That throw was not on line with the bag, and he makes the catch, as you see here on the replay, and ends up tagging Beckstein, who nearly got around him with a head first dive.
Yeah, near miss there for the Gulls, but that's what Donovan Cash brings to this team. Brody Heaton got the chunk of starts that begin the year at first base, and he has a big frame. He can cover a lot of ground, but he's not quite as mobile as Cash. So Cash brings a little more of that agility there, and we saw it on display that last go-around.
Well, it's a productive out for the Gulls. Martinez over to second for Jake Burley. Boy, did he have another great game. I mean, it's hard to find a Newport Gull in the batting order in that game on Tuesday that didn't have a great game, but Jake Burley certainly showed up and showed out at the Vineyard. And one around on the swing to make it 1-1 strike. A 3-run shot right away in the first inning against Martha's Vineyard. And, well, it was only up for there for the Newport Gulls. 6 in the first, 3 more in the second. It was an 11-0 game by the 4th inning and a 17-1 final out in Oak Bluffs. Martinez at second. Here comes the 1-1 to Burley. Another swing and a miss. That pitch skies up in the air, and well, catcher Long couldn't find it for a minute and ended up finding it. It went all the way up into the middle part of the netting. And Martinez able to get over to third easily.
Yeah, that's the big storyline from that play, even with the funny bounce. Martinez 90 feet away, and again, the Gulls already up here. We saw them up multiple runs for a good majority of the last part of the game, the first go-around between these two rivals. And they have a chance to do it again.
And Newport took the lead early, and although it was a close game, never would look back. That's another pitch spiked in the dirt. Well, you can see a little bit of a theme here. He got Burley to chase the first time, and now he's trying to go back to that pitch, and that time the discipline from the Brown catcher able to hold up there. And now Brunetti coming out to talk with Jacob Cush, give him a new baseball. Something about that old baseball that he didn't like. Of course, it doesn't take much. If there's anything that can get on the baseball that can give a spin indication away, more times than not, the ump will ask for an exchange.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Zach.
2-2 cut on and missed strike 3, and Cush gets out of it. Comes back with a strikeout, strikes out 2 goals in the bottom of the second, and Martinez is stranded at third. It's still a 1-0 Newport lead as we head to inning number 3.
Whether you're an island resident or just visiting, the fastest way to get to the Cape and Islands is by taking the New England League's preferred partner, the Steamship Authority Ferry. Visit steamshipauthority.com for more information. Zephyr is the official on-field cap of the NECBL. Also known as the Z-Hats, Zephyr is the authentic college hat with a loyal following of those who only wear the Z. Zephyr makes hats for over 800 colleges and channels that same energy and creativity into building custom hats of all types for pro sports teams, clothing brands, and companies everywhere. Make sure you pick up your Newport Gulls official on-field cap today.
One to nothing, the Newport lead here at historic Hardings Field on a Friday night. It is cleared up. We had some heavy rain at about the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock hour. That is gone. The tarp is off the field. And it's turned into a gorgeous night for baseball. Newport, the lone run so far tonight on the solo home run from Colton Ledbetter in the bottom of the first inning. And so far, so good for Colin Lowe out on the mound. He has faced the minimum through 2 innings, albeit maybe a little bit of an unconventional way, but faces 7, 8, and 9 here in the third, beginning with Alex Ramirez. And there's a base hit the other way in the left. Ramirez with the second base knock of the night, and for a second time in 3 innings, the Waves with the leadoff man aboard.
And now that's the second game in a row where Ramirez gets a shot. Again, he didn't have the best, the start to his season that he wanted. He started in the number 2 spot. He fell down in the order a little bit. There was a game where he didn't start. Another game he was the DH. Had the double lead things, which eventually led to the run on the Donovan Cash RBI double, and here he is on base once again.
Sets up shop for Max Johnson, the shortstop out of Indiana University. And it was a single and a E5 that had the Waves with a real chance to get the first run here tonight. As that throw over to first gets away. Martinez not ready for it, and on to second goes Ramirez. So it's the second single, and then fielding error by Newport, as that one likely, hard to say exactly, but probably going to be an E1 on Lowe, the pitcher. And, well, the Waves couldn't capitalize the first time. Now the question, can they capitalize this time?
Yeah, Zach, I agree. I think that will go down as an E1. But Ramirez is a guy where you got to keep your eye on him, and you can't make too many mistakes because he is quick on the bases. After Kyle Maves, he's the next guy up when you're in a running situation. If he is on the bench, he'll come in as a pinch runner.
That pitch just missing the zone, low and away to Johnson. He's got a good hitter's count here now. Runner on second with nobody out, and the shortstop ahead 2 balls and no strikes. Waves looking for their first run this evening. There's a strike as that fastball paints the inner part. Johnson and played in 10 games this past season with the Hoosiers. Number 2 shortstop out of the state of Ohio. That ranking according to Perfect Game. 2-1 pitch. Could not hold up his swing that time. Now it's 2-2. Well, I mentioned 10 games that he had with the Hoosiers. This is his 9th game with the Waves. He brings in a .217 average with an RBI. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Colin Lowe with a big K. And that is now 3 strikeouts, and all coming in these last 5 batters for the Waves.
Yeah, Colin Lowe is really picking up steam. We've talked about it already. And, it's kind of interesting. I felt before the rain today, it was a really hot day outside, kind of mucky out here, and it's cooled down a little bit, but not right there where that man right there, Colin Lowe, is standing.
And, Zach's the way the rate that we're going at, I'm not so sure Colin isn't spelled with a K at this point.
There you go. 3 Ks to these last 5 Waves hitters. Now faces the last hitter in this Waves lineup, and Creek Robertson looks at ball 1.
Yeah, Robertson's a guy who, I've said this the last few broadcasts, but he talked a lot about patience. He didn't pick up his first hit of the year till this past Sunday against North Shore in a 5-1 win. It came on a double as well. And remaining patient here, he's still looking for his second hit. Another guy who redshirted coming from Southern Mississippi.
Big opportunity here for the Waves. Down a run, but the potential tying run over at second as that pitch down low, and now 2 balls and 1 strike to the third baseman.
Burley knows to keep his eye on Ramirez. He was skipping there towards the direction of the shortstop Smith and coming right back there. The threat from Burley.
2-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss on the fastball. And now 2-2. This is what he's done. These Waves hitters have gotten ahead of a lot of these counts in recent at-bats, but with the fastball and with a lot of confidence and command, Lowe's worked his way back into these ABs.
Yeah, and these Waves hitters all year have really fought back in these counts, so it's a really interesting battle now to see them go up and then having to face a pitcher who can bring it right back at him.
I mentioned this, the 9th game for Creek Robertson. Not the start he probably wanted, just 1 for 23 on the season, but a big opportunity to change that here. Ramirez on second here with 1 away. As that breaking ball never quite broke. And now a full count coming to the third baseman.
Yeah, and a good enough shot here by Creek could score Ramirez again with his quick base running. A hit like the one he had on Sunday against the Navigators could do it.
0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts in Game 1 of the Pell Bridge Series. As the payoff pitch roped, that's a fair ball down the left field line. Ramirez will come in and tie the game, as that will be should go down as a ground rule double, and it will. Into the bullpen, and Creek Robertson, what a big time for just his second hit of the NECBL season, tying the game at 1.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we talked about, Zach. Robertson placing that one perfectly. It straddled the line and went all the way down to the bullpen. And again, Ramirez quick enough to get there right away. That will knot things up. And Robertson, both his hits this year have been doubles. So when he does get plays, they're often pretty big.
1 for 23, make it 2 for 24 now. As lineup card flips over for Pete Chufreda, who swings and misses at the first pitch for strike 1. And now Robertson trades places with Ramirez. This threat certainly far from over for the Ocean State Waves.
Yeah, and just 1 out here against Chufreda. Excuse me, Zach, who's the last guy to go yard for the Waves.
As now the Gulls find themselves up creek with a runner on second.
Up a little bit of a creek. Robertson tying this game.
I'm not surprised, Shane, that you made a pun out of Creek's name. It's been waiting to happen.
He takes off for third. That ball is going to find its way into the stands. Nearly had a fan catch it in the last row, but instead a little fine pavement on the America's Cup Avenue.
I love the sound effect they have here at Cardines every time there's a foul ball. The sound of glass shatter. I can't tell if it's real or not half the time.
Well, I'm happy to tell you that it's not real. It's not glass shattering every time.
Well, Zach, let's not make promises we can't keep now.
1-2 coming to the leadoff man. Got him. Inside part of the plate, and Brunetti rang him up. It's another strikeout for Colin Lowe, his second of the inning and fourth of this ball game. Now 2 gone.
Yeah, here's Donovan Cash again, and this is something we talked about early in the broadcast is we'll take another look at that strikeout. But the play that Creek Robertson just had, very similar to the play that Cash had, an RBI double to score. Let's see if he can make it 2 games in a row with a big 2-base shot.
Popped out to Josh Kuroda-Grauer, his first time up, a fairly deep fly ball there into right field in the first inning. And a dangerous hitter this past season with Kennesaw State. Swings and drives this into fairly deep center field. Ledbetter underneath it, and he makes the catch. So that ends the inning, but the Ocean State Waves have tied this game at 1. Creek Robertson with his second hit this season, an RBI double, makes it a 1-1 game. And let's head to the bottom of the third.
The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason. For the first time in league history, the 2022 New England League All-Star Game is headed to Martha's Vineyard, home of the Sharks. On Sunday, July 24th, join the NECBL's best as they ferry over to the island and enter the Shark Tank in front of scouts from every MLB organization.
And will be the All-Star Game, as you just heard, out at the Shark Tank. Of course, the Newport Gulls hosting the All-Star Game a year ago. It was quite the game, the North taking it over the South, and, well, that won't be the matchup this year. It'll be a different-looking style, as now with 3 divisions in the NECBL. Welcome you back to Carnings Field as Spencer Smith flies the first pitch out of play.
Yeah, he does that.
But, of course, now we have the Coastal Division, of which these 2 teams are both a part of, the West Division and the North Division. 0-1 coming from Cush. Fastball gets the inner part of the plate, quickly 0-2.
And, something that's really great about this realignment, Zach, that I've talked about earlier this season is the fact that some of these teams get to face different teams that they may not have seen before now with 3 divisions. Of course, the Waves just traveling up to Vermont the other day. Great to see that here as some of these teams, haven't faced each other in years if they have at all.
0-2, Smith trying to hold up his swing. He cannot, and now the throw will be made to first to complete the strikeout. That's another K for Jacob Cush. He's settled in, really just with a 1 mistake to Ledbetter. Newport with 2 hits tonight, but every other hitter, the 7 of the 9, the first time through the order, were retired.
Yeah, you said it best. He's settled in, Zach. He led off with a strikeout in the second as well, but this is going to be a big test with San Colasingham coming to the plate. He flew out last time around, but hitters like him aren't quiet for too long most of the time.
Sammy K, first pitch swinging. 1 hopper, Max Johnson makes the play. And that went about as well as you could have hoped for if you're Ocean State. 1 pitch, and one of the more lethal hitters in the entire NECBL is retired.
Yeah, Colasingham's been getting contact, but again, the defensive adjustment and plays there. Max Johnson making the great throw on the bounce, and of course the fly out earlier in this game, holding the Air Force hitter, the lethal Air Force hitter at bay.
JKG first pitch swinging, and that's off of the glove of Cash. Tough play over at first, and Cush over to make the play. My goodness. All the Waves quick to adjust there after it went off the glove of Cash. And in an instant, the bottom of the third is over. 1-0. Newport on top as we head to the bottom of the top of the fourth here at Cardinals Field.
We're back at Cardines Field, a 1-1 ball game between these Pell Bridge rivals, the Ocean State Waves and the Newport Gulls. And Zach, we just saw a wild double play there. Not a typical play at bobble and then a throw from the second baseman to the pitcher for that third out at first base. Eaton bombs that one towards center field, but it won't quite go far enough. There's out number one.
Yeah, I would love to have a timer, Zach, for these last two, the top of the third inning, and then the bottom of the third inning. Really, just, I mean, it was over in the blink of an eye. It's been a fast-moving game, and Newport opened the scoring. Ocean State responding, and Newport loves playing in these close games. We should have another good one.
Yeah, and Zach, I don't think the Waves have had a 3-error game yet. This is par for the course for them, even though these innings have gone by very quick. Yesterday there was an inning where Tyler Mudd threw 8 pitches. 5 of them went against one batter. And here we are again today with these quick innings. Chase Meggers to the plate, the Oregon Duck, playing left field today. He swings and chops at that one for a foul ball, even to count at one apiece. And we've talked about the versatility of these catchers. Meggers primarily sits behind the dish, but today he is stationed all the way in left field. That one not dropping quite where Colin Lowe wanted it. There's ball number 2. The right-hander and Lowe against the lefty hitter and Chase Meggers. He watches that one go by, and this time not in his favor. Finding the zone is Lowe for strike 2. Lowe fires up for another pitch, and this time a swing and an empty hit there. No contact and a strikeout for Colin Lowe once again.
Yeah, Lowe's on fire right now on the mound. Has really settled in nicely. 2 Ks in the third, 2 Ks in the second, and now a K to start things off here in the top of the fourth. You really have to like what you've seen this year. Of course, this is a guy that had a great year at Bryant, and so far has looked really impressive at Newport.
Lowe starts off here against Miller. He gets the bouncer over to the shortstop making the play, but no, the throw is offline. Kyrie Miller now dashing the second. Is he in time? Yes. Kyrie Miller with a base shot and then an error advancing the second. We've seen this quite a few times today.
Wow. It's exactly what you said. Not the first time we've seen that tonight. Credit the hustle of Miller getting down the line quickly and forcing Smith to make maybe a little quicker of a throw than he would have wanted to, and really no chance for Martinez to make that catch. But then on the way to second base, I mean, the goal's coming really close to gunning Miller down at second. Miller fortunate to get in there with a slide, and all of a sudden, again, an error puts the Waves with a runner in scoring position and a real opportunity.
Yeah, and remember, Pete Trufreda led off this game. A base shot and then an error by the third baseman got him over to second. Alex Ramirez, who's on deck right now, as Justin Rice is at the plate and sees strike number 1. He had the same thing happen to him. Reached first and then advanced to second base on another miscue. So 0-1 here is the pitch from Colin Lowe. And it hits the dirt. A low pitch from Lowe for ball number 1.
Oh, you're stealing Shane's job. He's got your puns. What do you got to say about that?
I wouldn't call that one a Shane Briggs pun, but credit where it's due.
Oh, man.
Competitive booth up here at Cardines Field as we see the 1-1.
It's all friendly competition.
And Kyrie Miller, the free lane to get to third after that throw escapes the catcher Burley. And just like that, another runner at third, 90 feet away from a potential lead here against the Gulls.
Yeah, that's kind of just an unfortunate bounce for Burley. His reaction, he did the right thing, but it kind of took a weird bounce off of the hitter, and I think that's what he wasn't expecting in a bounce that goes the Waves' way.
2-1, and in the zone to even and out. Again, 2 outs. Kyrie Miller, the third batter here in the order to start this 4th inning. He gets on, so hoping to avoid disaster here is Justin Rice at the plate, who grounded out back in the 2nd. He'll throw it right into the glove of Justin Long, and you could hear it, folks. The crowd loves that one. What an acrobatic play by Colin Lowe to end this 4th inning. Kyrie Miller stranded at third, and we're still knotted up at 1. We'll be back here at Cardines Field for the bottom of the 4th.
For the first time in league history, the 2022 New England League All-Star Game is headed to Martha's Vineyard, home of the Sharks. On Sunday, July 24th, join the NECBL's best as they ferry over to the island and enter the Shark Tank in front of scouts from every MLB organization. Visit asg22.necbl.com for more information. And don't forget to make your ferry reservation at steamshipauthority.com. Fans, the NECBL's broadcast network brings all of the action right to your home every night. Available on your desktop, laptop, mobile device, as well as your Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Android TV device. Enjoy single-day passes for just $8, purchase a weekly subscription for $20, a monthly pass for $40, or an all-season pass for $80. Head to watch.necbl.com for more information and for a full streaming schedule.
Welcome back to Newport, Rhode Island, here at Cardines Field, the site of this rivalry matchup between the Gulls and the Waves. And here's Jacob Cush ready for his 4th inning of work. And Zach, we talked about how Colin Lowe is heated up in this game, but Cush has done pretty well for himself the last couple outings as well.
Yeah, he has. He's been great tonight. And really the one mistake he made is the man that's at the plate right now, and Ledbetter.
Ledbetter, the red-hot hitter, getting a homer here, and it's seemingly a hit in every single game. But talking about heating up on the mound, what a play by Colin Lowe there to end that last inning at the top of the 4th.
Yeah, a defensive masterclass. Getting that glove in the way and saving that run with a runner at third.
Now, and just missing from Cush. You got to wonder on a play like that, is it more skill or more reaction time?
I think it's a little bit of both. You have to know where to place the glove, but it's not about knowing just where. It's about how quickly you can do it. And the reaction time right there had to be instant, and it was.
Here's another bomb from Ledbetter. Will this one reach? Looks like it will come up short. Kyrie Miller stations himself underneath and makes the grab for out number 1.
Finally, Kyrie playing some defense. Who would have thought we'd see that at Cardines Field, ladies and gentlemen?
I don't even know what to say on that one.
That was great. that might take the cake in Shane Briggs puns. I got to be honest.
No
here.
Gary Payton, but Kyrie with the glove. Excuse the basketball puns. I'm switching sports. Crossing over, some might say. Oh, my goodness.
He's on fire.
A strikeout to start things here against Trent Farquhar, who flew out to Kyrie Miller last time back in the first. That one, though, just missing from Cush. We have sticks now up on the board, 1-1. Kyrie Miller been solid today over there in center field in all seriousness. He this week is kind of switching it out with Justin Boslin, but getting the start today and making the most of it.
Lord Farquhar, by the way, the kids are calling him Trent Farquhar.
Man, if you go on Michigan State, of course, that's where Trent Farquhar plays his college baseball, had a great year with the Spartans. If you go on their game notes to their pronunciation guide, it is put Farquhar like Shrek is what the game notes will tell you.
And you got to love when the SIDs over at these schools have a great sense of humor. I had a chance to call the URI St. Joseph's women's basketball tournament game in the A-10, and they have some great game notes as well. So shout out to these teams as that one, another bomb, and will it go? No, it will bounce off the wall. That one at least will be 2 bases for Trent Farquhar on that deep double all the way into center field.
Oh, this kid's just got a ton of pop in his bat. We saw him leave the yard the last time Newport was here at Cardines. That one nearly out of here, but just a great piece of hitting. He crushes this baseball, and Newport with a real high fence. It stays in the yard, but, I mean, he's just exactly what you'd want in that cleanup spot. A lot of power, but just a really good contact hitter, really complete hitter in Trent Farquhar.
All hail Lord Farquhar.
I'll bring up Slade Alford, who again struck out back in the second. He struck out his last 3 times before that against this team, as that one nearly straddles the third base line. Will go out of play for strike 1 on the foul. But that wall in center field, Zach, kind of a home run repellent. We'll see if that plays in the Waves' favor here as we go further in the bottom of this 4th inning.
Yeah, of course, Cardines Field with the green paint around it, all around it, and the wall kind of playing like a green monster at Fenway, if you will, a little bit. Of course, down the right field line, not quite as far, just like Fenway, but certainly high.
Check, no, a swing there from Alford.
And another thing, I think it's a miracle it took us this long to address, but Cush's style, man. To pull off a mustache and a mullet like that is not an easy thing to do, but that man does.
Shout out to Blaine Lidsky as well, having that iconic stash as well. One of the catchers here for the Waves. A strong swipe there, but a miss for Alford. And we saw this last time these two teams played. 2 strikeouts here to start from Slade Alford.
Yeah, the Waves and Cush has figured him out here a little bit. I mean, this is a guy that has had 5 hits in his last 2 games. Hard to cool off, and give credit where credit's due to this Waves pitching staff. Newport only scoring 2 runs in that win on Saturday, and right now the goals just a run here through 3 2/3 of offense.
That homer here, the reason why this game is tied up on the Gulls end of things, as Martinez, another strong swing of the bat, and that has a chance to score. Farquhar makes his way home, and he'll make it in time. The Gulls retake the lead on a base shot from Noah Martinez. It's 2-1 Newport.
Have a night, Noah. I mean, coming in tonight, 2 singles, and as I say, Newport looking to knock the door down offensively against the Waves. I mean, just hits it perfectly right back up the middle, not trying to do too much for a guy that certainly has a lot of power. That's exactly what you want to see. He's starting to heat up, and it's another Newport hitter in this lineup, amazingly, 1 through 9. There's so many that have heated up. Martinez is the latest to do so.
As I think Martinez tweaked his leg. One of the trainers out there with him over at first.
Excellent catch, Shane. He is being looked at right now. He is staying on for the time being. But, again, when you look at this Newport team, they started 0-1 against the last undefeated team we've seen, as we see Martinez trying to run it out instead of walk it out. Newport, 6 in a row. They're 6-1. And this lineup, as we've seen throughout this game, throughout this season, a big reason why all the way through 1 through 9, all effective.
Yeah, it's been the catalyst, has just been the fact that it's not a one-man show. As we hope Martinez is all right. We see skipper Frank Holbrook, hitting coach Ted Regan, as well as one of our player trainers, Sarah Barker, out there making sure that he's all right. Looks like he's, I was going to say, maybe trying to stay in the game. As I say that, I see Holbrook coming over to the bench and talking to a couple different people, and not something you want to, of course, you want to see. And Newport losing Jared Wegner, one of their outfielders, game 2 of this season when he tweaked, I don't know the official diagnosis, but came up banged up after he was running down the line, and you certainly hope that he's all right. But I think Newport looks like they're going to play it safe here and take him out of the game.
That will be Cameron Clayton, the run in his place out of Washington. And, yeah, it's a shame for Newport. Martinez, again, that base shot to start things, and then another one. So he's 2 for 2. We'll see if he ends up coming back in. But if not, what a night for him in just 2 at-bats.
Yeah, it's a shame. You never want to see injuries, but you can commend what Frank Holbrook's doing. Play it a little bit safe. See how that foot, ankle, leg, whatever the case may be with the diagnosis is, and then, Newport has so many games here coming up in such a short span. You want your players, you want to make sure that they're healthy.
So here's Luke Beckstein. He grounded out over to third back in the second inning. We have 2 outs here and the runner on first is Cam Clayton after that RBI we saw from him. From Martinez. And the advantage here to start things for Jacob Cush, the 0-2. 2 strikes against Beckstein out of Northeastern. He'll wind up and he'll fire away. That one, a chop, kind of going off the tip of his bat into the Gulls dugout. The count stays put. And Zach, as things stand right now, this was the final score of Game 1.
It was 2-1. We got a lot of baseball left to play. We didn't get to the 2-1 score, until the 9th inning. And, well, you'd have to think we'll probably see a little more offense here tonight.
Great job once again by Justin Long, staying in front of that one to keep Clayton over at first. Now the first ball in the count as we move to 1-2. Clayton, a little bit of a lead. He stole 6 bases for UW back in the spring. That one fired away, a shot over to left, and Chase Meggers is under it, and that will end the side, retire the side here for the Waves. So that big play by Martinez, hope he's okay, but scoring the run for Trent Farquhar. And now the Gulls retake the lead. It's 2-1 as we head to the top of the 5th here on the NECBL Network.
The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason. The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason.
Back at Cardines Field here, the Gulls with the lead thanks to Noah Martinez, a shot that sent Trent Farquhar home. Back in the bottom of the 4th, and we'll lead things off in the 5th with Alex Ramirez. And you heard it pregame, Zach. A lot of the fans here at Cardines Field know Alex Ramirez as well. The Warwick, Rhode Island native, attended Central High School where he played his high school ball, and now with the University of Rhode Island and returning to the Ocean State Waves for the 2nd straight summer.
Yeah, and a guy that knows Cardines Field plenty well. bunch of guys that are scattered across this league that played in the Newport Collegiate League when we didn't have a season, when Cardines Field was empty, that in the heart of the pandemic, and Ramirez, one of those players that did so. Of course, not the only Ocean State Wave. I could go down the list, but Addison Kopak of the Mystic Schooners, plenty of other players as well.
And we saw a lot of Rhode Island players on this Newport team last season, none this summer, and Ramirez sees that one go by and gave the home plate umpire a little look. But now moving on here as the count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, Rhodey Ram in the box. A couple of Rhodey Rams in the box up here between Shane, to my right, and you, Zach. I have a lot of URI representation.
I love to see here, especially in a game like this. That one shot behind home from Ramirez. So we're all evened out here, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Credit to Colin Lowe, too. I don't think he's gotten enough credit for the work that he's really done carrying this team. An uncharacteristic amount of errors for the Gulls and really keeping them in this tight game.
Count still reads 2-1 on the scoreboard, but it is 2-2. And we'll have a little bit of a timeout here for Ramirez. Again, if you remember, we mentioned this a number of times, but what a play by Lowe to end that 4th inning. That acrobatic spinning around catch right hot off the bat of Justin Long. But there's Alex Ramirez, a strikeout once again from Lowe, and it just seems like the same story over and over. Very, very efficient pitching from the Bryant Bulldog.
Oh, he's in a groove. He is absolutely in a groove right now. Got his way. Did the work himself to get out of that 3rd inning with that crazy glove play, rather 4th inning. And otherwise, it's just been spectacular. He's hitting the zone. He's not really getting behind in counts. He's really going after these hitters, and the end result of that, a lot of punch-outs.
Make that 6 here for Lowe so far, and counting. Max Johnson is able to float that one and place it perfectly. It falls in front of the left fielder, Colasingham, and that gets Max Johnson on base for the first time today.
And worth mentioning, I guess, a little bit, of course, we didn't have a chance to talk about Newport, how they would shift here in the field with Noah Martinez exited the game with that injury, and we certainly hope that he's okay. Spencer Smith moves into left field. Cam Clayton, who came into the game, the Washington Husky, he plays shortstop, and Sam Colasingham takes over where Martinez was fielding over at first base.
Great notes there, Zach. So a couple defensive changes here, again, off that injury to Martinez, and we hope he is all right. We've seen the impact he has on this game as Creek Robertson now heads to the plate, and he found hit number 2 earlier in this one. It was another double, sent Alex Ramirez home for the lone run here this afternoon for the Waves. Already an even count here. 1-1, the pitch. I'll miss low and outside for Burley, so now make it 2-1 against Robertson out of Southern Mississippi. Robertson, one of a few players here on this Waves team who redshirted his freshman year, and now a chance to really showcase himself for the first time at the college level. That one chopped in, a strong contact once again in the left field, and that's where the Waves are attacking. Heading to third is Johnson. Will he make it? Yes. Will Robertson stay to second? And now Johnson heads home. Johnson will score the tying run. Robertson at third. What's the call? No signal yet.
I got out of the glove there, and
it'll be safe.
Yeah, you got to credit Ocean State. Really, really aggressive on the base paths, and Newport, unfortunately, trying to match up with it from a defensive standpoint, but it hasn't been there tonight. Defensively, this is a game that the Gulls will want to forget. It should go down as an error on Bexty, and the one that, Farquhar really not much of a shot to catch that baseball. It brings in another run, and it's already the 4th error here of the night against Newport.
So that run knotting it up at 2. Creek Robertson, after just a base hit, now over at third. He's had his best game so far this summer. And I'll bring Pete Chufreda back up. He did have the hit to begin things, but was caught trying to get home in a rundown.
And now Gulls bringing the infield in here. 1 out and a runner on third. You're coming to the plate here if it's a ground ball in the infield.
Just 1 out so far. Chufreda splits the infielders, and now the Waves go on top. Chufreda with a base shot that brings home Creek Robertson. It's 3-2 Ocean State.
And just a good piece of hitting there. Newport needed one that was a little softer. That was placed in a perfect spot from your leadoff man. He's had a great game here tonight for the Waves now. 2 hits and nothing Farquhar could do about it. a full extension dive, but Newport's given Ocean State some opportunities with a couple misplays in the field, and the Waves have really taken advantage of it.
So first run of the summer for Creek Robertson there, and that's the second hit here this evening for Pete Chufreda. He's 2 for 3.
And now with Robertson across the plate, the Gulls find themselves up Creek with a deficit of 1 that they face.
And good thing Creek Robertson's not in the Newport Gulls, because you'd have a field day all summer long. That one's going to just stay in, it looks like. And yes, it is caught by Colasingham. What a heads-up play by the now first baseman making that play for out number 2.
I started the game in left. I mean, give props to a guy that can adjust. He used every last inch of space there. Of course, there is a little more space in foul territory down the first base line, and that's a big out to get closer to getting out of the center.
And Zach, I apologize for reusing a pun. Sorry, I consider myself a green individual, so sometimes I try to reduce, reuse, recycle, but sometimes that's all I got.
Chufreda takes off the second, and once again he'll get there. A repeat of the sequence we saw earlier, although the last time he advanced on an error, this time he'll advance on a stolen base. That's something he did back in the last game as well against the Martha's Vineyard Sharks.
Yeah, and just picked a great pitch to run on that off speed.
Wise there to hold up on the part of Brody Heaton, who's now at the plate for the 2-0 count. So Chufreda now in scoring position at second. Already up here after that score for Robertson, 3-2 with a chance to add on, but with 2 outs. How will Lowe respond? Here's 2-0, make it to 3-0, and maybe the toughest position that Colin Lowe has found himself all night.
Yeah, it's tough. I would have to think this is the first 3-0 count he's been faced with, and the Wave setters, they're not beating themselves. They're staying patient at the plate.
Brody Heaton has been quiet. Can he get it going here at Cardines? Well, that's a good sign for Lowe. There's strike 1. Heaton started the season on fire, had a home run in the opener, had a few doubles, but has been very quiet over the last 5 or so games. There's a quick glance back to Chufreda at second. Now the throw from Lowe, and Chufreda will take that opportunity and run with it. He'll make it to third on another pitch. That one going between the legs of Burley, and still with 2 outs, the Waves are alive.
Yeah, this is a jam now. If you're the Gulls, you've already given up the lead. Now you just have to try to stop the bleeding, and it gets tough here with the heart of the Ocean State order due up with Chase Meggers, and Newport's pitching coach Dan Gosofsky going to come out and just try to calm him down, ease him up a little bit, and get his head in the right spot. Newport would love to get as much out of him as they can, but I think this is probably also a ploy to get the bullpen warming up as we see a Gulls arm warming down there. And it is the Michigan Wolverine, Chase Allen, who has not appeared yet in a game for the Gulls, but pitched plenty with the Wolverines this past season. It appears he'll likely be the first arm into the game for Newport when they make that call to the bullpen.
So Gosofsky meets with his infield. Heaton walks there. That was the first walk coming in the 5th inning there for Colin Lowe.
Yeah, this is a guy that's really had his commands. 45 strikes, 21 balls. Kind of an uncharacteristic situation there. Maybe a little sign of fatigue, and I think that's why you saw Gosofsky go out there to try to get his mind right a little bit.
So runners in the corners, Chufreda at third and Heaton at first. That's a long drive by Meggers into right, and it will stay in, and it'll score another run. Pete Chufreda makes his way to the plate. Brody Heaton over at third. No, it's a home run call. That one clearing. It looked like it was close, but it went over the fence. Chase Meggers with his first home run of the season, and now this game breaking wide open for the Ocean State Waves.
Just got all of it. I mean, that ball was tattooed off of the bat. It's a 5 spot for the Waves here. I mean, no doubt. We talked about, you go to right field. This is a lefty-friendly ballpark with right field being a lot more shallow. That might have been out to any part of the field. Just a really good swing there from the cleanup man.
That one over the wall, 370 feet and 103 miles an hour. What a strong play there by Meggers. Just one of 2 lefties in this lineup, taking advantage here in this ballpark. As you said, a lefty-friendly wall. And that makes it 6-2. What a lead here for the Waves against the Coastal Division leaders in the Newport Gulls. 3-run homer for Meggers. as Kyrie Miller comes back up. He got a base hit last time around back in the 4th and then advanced on the error. And with no one on base, a strikeout for Kyrie Miller, and that's how things will end, but not before Chase Meggers. A 3-run shot into right field adds to this Waves lead. They lead by 4, 6-2. We'll be back at Cardines for the bottom of the frame.
For the first time in league history, the 2022 New England League All-Star Game is headed to Martha's Vineyard, home of the Sharks. On Sunday, July 24th, join the NECBL's best as they ferry over to the island and enter the Shark Tank in front of scouts from every MLB organization. Visit asg22.necbl.com for more information. And don't forget to make your ferry reservation at steamshipauthority.com. Fans, the NECBL's broadcast network brings all of the action right to your home every night. Available on your desktop, laptop, mobile device, as well as your Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Android TV device. Enjoy single-day passes for just $8, purchase a weekly subscription for $20, a monthly pass for $40, or an all-season pass for $80. Head to watch.necbl.com for more information and for a full streaming schedule. Franklin Sports is proud to be the official batting glove of the New England League. This summer, the NECBL and its 14 organizations join over 200 major leaguers by wearing custom Franklin batting gloves as members of the Franklin family. To design your own custom pair of batting gloves, visit franklinsports.com and join the fam. Franklin is the official batting glove of the New England League.
Back at Cardines Field, a 3-run shot from Chase Meggers, putting the Ocean State Waves up 4. They lead 6-2 against the Newport Gulls, who came into this game again with a 6-game winning streak. That on the line here against their Pell Bridge rivals in the Ocean State Waves. We'll start things with Jacob Burley, the catcher, another guy going to school here in Rhode Island, attending and playing for Brown University. He'll lead things off for Newport. And Jacob Burley still on the hill. He'll be back for inning number 5 as a chop there to Creek Robertson in the throw in time. There's out one, and Robertson doing it all here today for the Waves.
Yeah, I mean, he's having the best game he's had all summer, a guy that has struggled a little bit to find the bat, but you would not know that by the night that he's had a double down the line and then a well-hit single in that inning. Ocean State finding all of the offense after, Lowe was so good for this Gulls team through 4 innings, and unfortunate for him, but the Waves starting to figure him out and really capitalize in the top of this frame.
Well, the Gulls have their reigning NECBL All-Star Spencer Smith up starting today at the shortstop now, moving over to left field again with that realignment defensively. He'll start down in the count, 0-1. Here's Cush, that time missing, trying to drop it in and going a little too low for Long. So 1-1 is where we stand here. The 1-1, a chop foul by Smith. So now 1-2. Holding the advantage here is Jacob Cush, who after a tough start to this game has really come through here for Ocean State.
Yeah, it's really settled in nicely. Ledbetter got the better of him on that solo shot that gave the Gulls the lead. But, since then, just a run for Newport in these last 4 innings and just 4 hits total on the night.
Another subtle, Zach. I like that. Well
I was going to say, you're taking Shane's job over here and doing it in style.
You got to find a way to just ease it in, It's like easing an ingredient into a smoothie, It's
an
nice
art form.
and exactly.
Some might call me a pun Smith.
That's
up to
remarkable. I can't believe you right now.
I don't know if they were laughing because of that. We got a little laugh in front of us in the crowd. So, oh man, what a night
I'm
here!
I'm going to take credit for the laugh, whether they were or not.
I think you should.
You've earned the right. You've earned the right to.
Thanks,
to
guys.
do that.
I'm flattered.
So Smith out after a pair of foul balls and another ball from Cush. 2-2. What will he do here to delivery from Kush is outside the zone. So we have a full count coming up for Smith, the Northeastern Husky, a chance to be the first runner on base here in the 5th for the Newport Gulls. And the payoff. That one flying high and right. Will this one leave the park? No, right under that one is Pete Chufreda for out number 2.
Now Smith gave it a real good ride out there to right field, just a couple feet further, and that's at least off the wall for extra bases, but just enough space for Chufreda to make that play. And it gets back to just a lot of credit needs to go to Jacob Kush and the job that he's done since that early home run, and all of a sudden now he's got a lead to work with.
Yeah, and Zach, down 4. This is the part of the lineup you got to take advantage of if you're the Gulls. Colasingham and Kuroda Grauer, the 1-2 hitters here, coming up with 2 outs. Colasingham 0 for 2. He flew out and then grounded out. But if he can get going, this game could flip back around. That one finding the zone, placed perfectly from the Missouri righty Jacob Kush. That'll be strike 1.
Yeah, and the Gulls probably don't win that game in Wakefield against the Waves if it's not for Colasingham at the plate. There's that pitch outside, the single that helped load the bases. Beckstein scored on the fielder's choice. That was Newport's first run. And then his double brought in Newport's second run. And all the Gulls only finished the game with 2 runs. It was enough for the win.
And lots of recognition for Colasingham this past spring. Mountain West Player of the Year. He also was Mountain West first team, all-tournament team for him, and third team All-American out of Air Force. What a season for that young man down there.
Air Force's Top Gun, some might say.
That was a good one, and a pretty timely one, too.
Right.
Great movie. Here's the 2-1, and we'll foul back. Nearly striking that little camera setup we have back here. It'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes and 2 outs. 2s all across the scoreboard here for number 5.
Never happens on a Tuesday, though. It's always such a sad day.
Number 5 in the batter's box, bottom 5. That will be high. Another full count coming up for Jacob Kush.
How about this? 5 pitches in to this at-bat in the bottom of the 5th to number 5.
Zach, don't go finding patterns on me.
I'm giving you pun material. What's not to love? Here's the 3-2. It'll bounce back. We'll try that one at least one more time. We've talked about this. The Waves with Brody Heaton now looking at these 2 hitters in Colasingham, Kuroda Grauer. These guys won't stay quiet for long. If you're the Waves, you got to just hope you can hold them off for as long as possible. Another 3-2. That one will bounce out.
It looked like it hit the plate, which makes it an immediate foul ball. And good job by Anthony Brunetti, the home plate umpire. It rolled foul anyway, so it didn't really matter, but that ball was dead from the start.
So good eye by Uzak and good eye by Brunetti back at home plate. As you said, it did roll out anyway, but we'll try this one once more. And, Colasingham doing a good job here trying to get Kush to throw some more pitches, maybe bait him into one, or at the very least get his arm a little more tired. Payoff once again for Kush. Steps, fires away. That one bouncing in his favor this time. And Kush missing with the glove, but the throw not in time. It looks like it's offline. Colasingham will head to second base. And we saw a little bit of this of Newport. The errors plaguing this one. Now the Waves on the wrong end of it.
Yeah, that a ball that Kush had to get a perfect pick on to have any chance. And Max Johnson should probably just, Creek Robertson, the third baseman, probably should just eat that baseball over at third. Really no chance to get Colasingham out down the line. And now, like you said, that play very reminiscent of one we've seen Newport make. And Ocean State really has taken advantage. Newport has 4 errors tonight. Can Newport now take advantage on the other side? They need it here down 4 runs.
So runner on second is Colasingham. Again, Pete Chufreda for the Waves. Led this game off with, again, a nearly identical play, the base hit and the error from the third baseman. We see it for the other leadoff hitter, his counterpart, Colasingham. And a strike is what Kush gets to start this count against Kuroda Grauer. He's grounded out both times so far in the first and third innings. And Kush will certainly look back to second here on this count as much as he needs to. That one is low. 1 ball and 1 strike on this count. 2 outs here for the Waves. And what a night for baseball here in Newport. The lights beginning to shine bright on Friday night baseball.
Zach, don't worry. I Googled it. The sun has officially set. So
there you go.
The lights are on. It is, as that one hits JKG.
Yeah, he was in the box, and so no concern about him being out. But yeah, no, the lights come on, as Jason Aldean would say here at Cardines.
Oh my goodness, Zach, that was beautiful.
We try, we try. We're just having some fun at Cardines.
That's what we do here.
It is exactly what we do. You're absolutely right.
The game within the game, the pun game here in the booth. There's the 1-2, and it fires. The dive from Johnson not there, and runs are going to head home. Sam Colasingham will get run 3, and this lead has been cut down. Now 6-3 Ocean State as Colasingham finds his way home.
And JKG's, did we need that one? Talk about a spark from the 2-hole.
Well, I mean, I talked about it. If you leave that door just a crack open to this Newport offense, they're going to bust right through. And that error, putting Colasingham at second base, really opened up the possibility of that exact thing happening. And give credit where it's due, Newport has been fantastic with runners in scoring position over this 6-game winning streak, and JKG doing a great job there.
And there's JKG retreating back to first. We might see him try to steal. He only did so 3 times with the Rutgers Scarlet Knights back in the spring, but we've seen here all summer long these runners are active.
Yeah, with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th, I would not be shocked if he's got the green light to go. And you look at the lead that he's taken on first. Of course, it's a little easier with Cush being a righty, but he's got a healthy lead over there at first.
He'll throw back again. That one a little closer, but Cash not able to make the catch in time.
Yeah, that real close. I think maybe Cush heard me up here in the booth because he checked over at really the perfect time with Kuroda Grauer leading the other way, but JKG was just able to get back in.
That one just missing from Cush. The super hearing abilities factoring into this play here for JKG.
Well, we did hear when I was on the bus back with the players from Martha's Vineyard, it's a very closed-in stadium, kind of a quiet one. And one of the players, and Jacob Burley, told me that he could hear us from the booth down at the Shark Tank. Man, another close play down there.
So that's why no one was excited to see me during interviews today?
Who doesn't love seeing? I mean, we had a great segment like we talked about.
Indeed we
with
did.
Shane, Friday Night Vibes.
Friday Night Vibes.
Go check out our TikTok, Newport Gulls. We'll have it up. Lots of great content.
And JKG will advance to second. That one bouncing off the plate and off of Justin Long. Much needed advance there for JKG, who's been looking to move.
Where to? Is he in the market for a house?
He just bought some real estate on second base on that pitch.
Wow, I know we mentioned Kyrie earlier, but talk about an alley-oop. That was beautiful.
Yeah, and with the lead that he had, he was certain to make it in there if anything goes wrong, and it's heads-up base running.
So now the runner on second, still 2 outs. Coach hoping to close things and not surrender any more of this lead than they already have. And a walk will not help his cause. Now 2 runners on as Colton Ledbetter not able to get a big hit, but still getting on base.
Now the problem is if you're the Waves and first base is open, you might be thinking, okay, well, we have a base open. It might not be the worst thing in the world to walk a guy who's got 3 homers in his last 4 games. But then you look at the man hitting behind him, and it's Trent Farquhar, a guy that had a double that nearly left this place his last time up in the 4th inning. This is certainly a difficult spot. I mean, we came in, it was a 4-run game, and it looked like, maybe the Waves would get through it. If Kush can field that ball and get Colasingham out, it's 6-2. All of a sudden, not only is it 6-3, but Trent Farquhar, who had a home run here on Monday, represents the tying run at the plate.
Zach, who's up at the plate?
That is
again?
Nick Conti out of Duke, the North Providence, Rhode Island native, warming up as Will Dawson just met with his pitcher Cush in the infield. Now get this, Zach. The 3rd batter of each order for both teams in this 5th inning have walked, and it was the first walk of the game for both pitchers.
There you go. That's a good catch by you, Zach. And Ledbetter's a patient hitter. As a guy with a lot of power, he's not going to get a lot down the plate, but, Farquhar dangerous in his own right.
So after the infield meeting, that one heading off behind at a foul. 0-1 the count again. Nick Conti is warming up. He'll likely be the first arm in once Cush's night is over, but he'll stay in for now here. 2 outs. Can he retire the side and end this Newport threat against Farquhar, who had that big play back in the 4th? Well, a chance for a big play, and he'll get one. Runners are coming home. JKG will reach home. Ledbetter makes his way to third, and in time to second is Trent Farquhar. This Newport team has come alive here in the 5th.
Yes, they have. Trent Farquhar have a night. Is this guy good at baseball or what? 2 doubles tonight. I mean, he was the player of the game in that win for Newport on Monday, 3 for 4, and just a great piece of hitting. Pokes it the other way, hit it where they ain't. That's the goal when you step in the batter's box, and just a ton of free real estate down that left field line. Gentlemen, all of a sudden, the tying runs in scoring position. This was a 4-run game a second ago, and now Newport with a real chance.
Guys, are we still playing baseball here? We're at Cardines Field, but we're talking Kyrie and doubles out here. What is going on?
There you go. That's a creative one.
Basketball season, of course, just closing last night as the Golden State Warriors defeat the Boston Celtics in Game 6 of the NBA Finals. Now, here's Slade Alford at the plate. He has struck out both times he's appeared, and he struck out in 3 times back in the first meeting. This is exactly who Jacob Cush wants to see, but as that one fouls behind, so he's going to have a 1-1 to start things and working against Slade Alford.
Yeah, it's not the night he's wanted, but this is certainly someone that you'd want up if you're Newport. A RBI single on Wednesday, a monstrous performance on Tuesday out at the Vineyard, and right now a base hit could tie this game up.
Again, 6-4, just 2-run lead now here for the Ocean State Waves. Another chop foul there for Slade Alford will make it 1-2.
And this has all occurred from what looked like it was maybe going to be a 1-2-3 inning. Cush gets the first 2 outs. Kulasingam able to reach, and now all of a sudden the last 4 Newport Gulls have reached base.
We've talked about just how effective this order is. This is coming all the way from the top, starting with Kulasingam in the 1 spot, and then, of course, JKG following that up with a hit. But there it is, the 3rd strikeout of the evening for Slade Alford. Strikeouts plaguing him once again against his Pels Bridge rival in the Ocean State Waves. They keep their lead 6-4 as we head to the top of the 6th inning here on the NECBL Network.
For the first time in league history, the 2022 New England League All-Star Game is headed to Martha's Vineyard, home of the Sharks. On Sunday, July 24th, join the NECBL's best as they ferry over to the island and enter the Shark Tank in front of scouts from every MLB organization. Visit asg22.necbl.com for more information. And don't forget to make your ferry reservation at steamshipauthority.com. Fans, the NECBL's broadcast network brings all of the action right to your home every night. Available on your desktop, laptop, mobile device, as well as your Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Android TV device. Enjoy single-day passes for just $8, purchase a weekly subscription for $20, a monthly pass for $40, or an all-season pass for $80. Head to watch.necbl.com for more information and for a full streaming schedule.
We're back at Cardines Field. The Waves lead 6-4, but thanks to a run in the bottom of the 5th inning, the lead is just 2 here for the Ocean State Waves. Zach Austin, Zach Letson, and Shane Briggs here with you with the action here from Cardines Field. And it's been a really fun one here throughout in Newport.
Yeah, it's been a great game. Newport responding with the 2 runs, and now Ocean State will face a new Newport pitcher. The day done for Colin Lowe, who a tough top of the 5th inning. Otherwise was great for Newport. He finishes with 5 innings, 6 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them earned with 7 strikeouts. In comes Chase Allen, the Michigan Wolverine, who, well, safe to say he pitched a lot for the Wolverines this past season, 27 different times to be exact. 76 1/3 innings. He went 7-2 with a 4.01 ERA, and well, he was a part of some magical moments for this Michigan team. They kind of went on a Cinderella run of sorts, an up-and-down season for Eric Bakic's group. They surprised a lot of people. They win the Big Ten tournament in Omaha, find themselves in the NCAA tournament, and fell in heartbreaking fashion in Louisville in the regional round. But here he is for the first time in orange and blue digs here in Newport. It's a great sight to see a guy that had a great year with the Wolverines and certainly will be used a lot by Frank Holbrook and this staff here at Newport.
Yes, certainly. They'll be excited to add him to their rotation. And someone who might not be so thrilled about Michigan's run is his teammate Josh Kuroda-Grauer on the losing end of the Big Ten championship game with Rutgers. Again, new pitcher Chase Allen, and he'll begin things here on the day against Justin Long, today's catcher from Rice. He is 0 for 2 on a pair of groundouts. The 0-1. That one a little to the right for a ball one. Allen stands at 6'6", and you can tell from here, commanding presence on the mound. That release high. And 2 balls in a row now here for Allen. The 2-1. Allen will foul right in front of the catcher out of Rice. And just like that, we have an even count at 2. Long came a long way here to be with the Waves out of Kingwood, Texas. That's where he played his high school ball.
Punny, my friend, well done.
I didn't even realize I did that. I'm not going to lie.
You know Shane's going to be on top.
Oh, my God.
As soon as
I
you say
didn't
it, whether
even
you
realize
realize
I
it or
did
not,
that.
you just know.
Right on it there is Shane here for us on this broadcast. What a day. Another foul ball for Long.
It's a great day to have a day, Zach.
Great day to have a day on a Friday night in Newport. Where else to be here besides at Cardines Field for this matchup here? Again, the Pell Bridge rivalry, game number 2. Newport, of course, taking game number 1 last week. On a strikeout there for Long, will be out number 1.
As Allen gets him to chase up high.
Wow, all right. That was pretty good. I mean, Chase Allen, I mean, that high fastball is so difficult to hit if you're a hitter, and using it with confidence. Hasn't pitched since with the Gulls yet this summer, but you wouldn't know it. He looks settled in here right away, and the Gulls need zeros trying to complete this comeback. They've cut the deficit in half, but still some work to be done.
So going back to the 5th, 2 strikeouts in a row, and now with Alex Ramirez up, a guy who struck out his last time up. Of course, 2 different pitchers getting those 2 strikeouts, but for the team, a good sequence in terms of pitching. And another strike there for Allen. Make it 0-1 for the hometown hero, Alex Ramirez. Starting once again at second base, he'll show bunt. He'll float over, and the crowd will be waiting for that one. It ends up going into the street. And that's something that he's shown a lot of with URI this past spring, the willingness to bunt in a variety of different situations. Of course, this one coming with 1 out and no one on. That foul resulting in strike 2, so Allen with the big advantage in the 0-2. Allen throws, and a miss. Alex Ramirez comes up empty, and that's 2 strikes against 2 batters for the new pitcher in Chase Allen.
7 strikes, 3 balls, and 2 strikeouts. I'd say that's pretty good way to start your Newport Gulls career. I mean, this fastball, I mean, so far just looks unhittable to these Waves hitters. Got to give a lot of credit to big number 37.
Well, Johnson struck out in the 3rd, but his second go-around in the 5th, he got a base hit he eventually came around to score on. You could hear that from here. The called ball there from the home plate umpire will make it 2-0. An opposite position here now against Johnson than the one he found himself against Ramirez. Can he even this count up? Not on that one. Johnson slings that shot in the deep right field, and Johnson will stay put at first. A base shot by Johnson, but that one going deep into right field.
Yeah, finding its way into the corner, and nearly could have been extra bases if JKG doesn't get to that baseball quickly, but just a nice piece of opposite field hitting.
Now rounding out the bottom of the order is Creek Robertson, who's having himself quite a day. He came into this game with 1 hit. Will make that 3. His first 2 at-bats. He started off with a double and then another one later in the 5th, and he came around to score as well. A big reason why the Waves have 6 runs so far. He's swinging once again, but that one will go off his bat and behind home plate.
Hey, you talked about Robertson's success. How about the success of this bottom third of this Waves lineup? All 3 guys have hits, and they've combined for 5 hits here tonight, and Robertson's coming in a critical moment last time up.
A notable absence in this game. Jake Studley not starting, getting a little bit of rest today as he's on a 7-game hit streak. And those adjustments allowing guys like Creek Robertson, Max Johnson to leave their mark on this game, and they have done exactly that. The 0-1 pitch. Make it the 1-1 coming up here on this next throw. And I said this early in the broadcast, but patience paying off for Creek Robertson. It's something he's stuck with, and it's something that is working out for him here tonight. Another ball there. And Max Johnson situated at first base. 2 away, though, for the Gulls. The inning continues. Pichu Fred is up next, the leadoff guy here today. Another ball. It's a few in a row now to make it 3-1. After an efficient start, 2 strikes in the first 2 batters for Chase Allen, now a base hit, and a tough situation with the 3-1 count. Here's the throw. And that's, I believe, 4 balls in a row, and that will walk Creek Robertson. That's the first walk of the evening from Chase Allen.
Yeah, after having some good command of the zone, after Johnson gets that hit, all of a sudden, a little tougher to hit his spots, and that's great patience from the third baseman and Robertson. And I may just bring the next guy up because the next guy up is a guy who's had a great game himself in the leadoff spot.
Patience, the name of the game. The name of the summer for Creek Robertson as Pichu Freda comes back up. 2 hits on the day for 2 for 3. He had a strikeout in the 3rd, and he'll find contact on that one. The extension dive from the second baseman will stop any runs from scoring, but it will load the bases. Max Johnson over to 3rd and Creek Robertson over the 2nd as Pichu Freda picks up his 3rd hit of the afternoon.
Wow, and what a snag by Lord Farquhar over there at second base.
That's a great job. I mean, like you said, there wasn't really an out to be gotten regardless of what happened there, whether that gets through or not. But by keeping it in the infield, you keep this a 6-4 game. Almost assuredly that run comes in to score with the speedy Johnson. And after things looked like they were going so smooth for Chase Allen, first 2 hitters, 2 strikeouts. Now the Waves, just as they did last inning, really rallying. This is a scrappy group, a lot of really good hitters. And this is a really big spot if you're Newport in this game. Top of the 6th, the game is still well within reach. But if you're Ocean State, you're thinking, well, we can blow this thing open with a hit here, maybe score a couple runs.
And talk about kind of the repetition in this game. You know, we, of course, saw an error after a few errors from Newport looking almost identical. And then, of course, looking back to the bottom, of the 5th inning, those 2 first batters, the top of the 5th, last time around, the first 2 batters in Burley and Smith out, and then, of course, Newport goes on that run. Same look here, Long and Ramirez strike out, and just like that, the bases are loaded with Donovan Cash up to hit for his 4th time. He's yet to get on base. 3 flyouts so far. And outside of that 2-base shot that sent Ramirez home yesterday, not a whole lot to speak of this summer. Again, just joining the team this week from Kennesaw State. That one will land and it will score runs. Donovan Cash sends home Max Johnson, and Creek Robertson and Pichu Freda will try and get there too. He will. A 3-run shot on the double from Donovan Cash increases this lead. It's now 9-4 Waves.
Wow, what a huge piece of 2-out hitting from Donovan Cash. just a double at the absolute perfect time. It's all about those timely hits, and that's the difference in these games. And just a perfectly played. I mean, you could not place a double, I don't even think, in this park any better than that. It finds that deep corner and allows the runner from first all the way around to score in Shufreda. And all of a sudden, it looked like Newport had worked their way back into the game. It's the biggest the lead's been all night now, as we get a look at the Newport bullpen and Jack Budell, the Newport arm out of Washington, getting warmed.
Nick Conti still warming up as well for the Waves. So Brody Heaton's up after the 3 runs sent home on the double from Cash. 2 games in a row now with a double that sends runs home for the reigning ASUN Freshman of the Year. There's Brody Heaton, the OVC second team selection now. And again, we've talked about how quiet he is. And, the way he started the season, it's real shocking to see, the development that's happened here with him the last few games.
Yeah, and, I mean, you got to give him credit. You got to give this entire Waves lineup credit, because it's been the bottom of the order, it's been the top of the order, all the above that have gotten it done.
Cash will take off to third, and he'll get there on the high throw. Now he'll dash home. The 10th run of the day will get to the plate. It's a 6-run lead now for the Waves.
Yeah, it's the right idea by Burley, because stealing third is such a hard thing to do in baseball. But, I mean, initiating that throw, really no chance for Beckstein. And it's been a tough day fielding-wise if you're a Gulls fan or a player, with that being the 5th error on the day. And like I've said, it's not just the errors, but it's the fact that the Waves have taken advantage of seemingly almost all of them.
Of course, yesterday we saw them score 8 runs in 1 inning thanks to some pitching miscues from Martha's Vineyard. Today, they're doing their part as well with 10 runs, 11 hits as well. And, Zach, we talked about how efficient 1 through 9 is for Newport. How about the 1 through 9 for Ocean State today? Brody Heaton, though, looking to get on base. He did get on base via the walk. He did get a base hit today, but relatively quiet, hoping to make his mark on this game as well. Here's the full count pitch. That one fired away, but too far out of the park there. That one hits the telephone pole next to the field at Cardines.
But, yeah, I mean, getting back to what you were saying, I mean, I've just been really impressed with 7, 8, and 9, and then 1, 2, and 3 as well. It's like what the Gulls have been doing there in this entire winning streak. It's collective. It's not one guy that beats you. It's 9. And give credit where it's due to the Waves.
Heaton watches that one go by, but not in his favor. So after all that, the side has been retired by Chase Allen on a strikeout, his 3rd of the inning, but not before another 4 runs come in. The Waves go into the bottom of the 6th, leading 10-4. You're watching the NECBL Network. Don't go anywhere. It's Waves and Gulls.
The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason. The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason.
Some Pell Bridge rivalry action here in the Ocean State, and it's Ocean State who leads the Newport Gulls. They're up 10-4 as they bring in a new arm after the day that Jacob Cush had. Conti comes in, the former Newport Gull, as we'll get to, already out-pitching his innings this spring. So far with the Waves, 4 innings on the season to this point. His 6 strikeouts to 5 walks, only allowing 1 hit. Again with Duke, not playing a whole lot, just 3 games, just over 2 innings. No strikeouts for him this spring. But what did he do last year for the Gulls, Zach?
Yeah, he was a late season addition. Did not start the summer with Newport, but came on late and pitched in some high-tense situations. Newport had a couple late games against the Westerners. He made an appearance there and ended up making 3 appearances, pitching 3 1/3 innings. So not a ton, but 6 strikeouts, 4 walks, 4 earned runs, and 4 hits given up in that short amount of time.
So, Zach, the day is done for Jacob Cush. In his Ocean State Waves debut, he lasts 5 innings, throwing 5 strikeouts, walking another batter, allowing 7 hits, 4 runs, and just 2 of them earned. But overall, a successful day here against this Newport team. Again, coming in leading the Coastal Division at 6-1, and it's the Waves holding the 4-run advantage with a few innings yet to go. Here's Conti's first pitch. He'll go low into the dirt. He'll face Cam Clayton, who has yet to bat in this game. He's coming in for Noah Martinez. He had a pair of hits, including one that scored, but of course he left the game with an injury and has yet to return. It looks like we won't see him again tonight. Another one that misses high. 2 balls on the first 2 pitches from Nick Conti.
Yeah, it's the first at bat here for Cam Clayton. At Cardines Field. He made his Gulls debut on Wednesday against Sanford and had an RBI hit in that 8-3 win for Newport.
Conti's third pitch, another ball. So not quite finding the zone here to begin things for Nick Conti, but he'll have a chance here still against Cam Clayton, the leadoff hitter in this inning for the Gulls. Here's the 3-0 from Conti. And a 4-pitch walk to Cam Clayton in the first batter face for Nick Conti. Not the start he wanted in this one.
Yeah, and on the other side, it's exactly what the doctor ordered for Newport. You just got to chip away. I mean, this game is not over by any stretch of the imagination. We've seen Newport put up 6 in an inning on Tuesday, 9 in a 2-inning stretch between the first and second. So it's all about chipping away and just finding ways to get on base to bring up the next guy.
The road back has to start somewhere. Why not now?
You know, we just talked about it, and there's the first strike from Conti in the first pitch against Luke Beckstein. This Newport team knows him well. He did play there last year. Now going all around both sides of this Pell Bridge rivalry, and again, a native of Rhode Island, hailing from North Providence. Here's the 0-1. Now one is slung into right field, but it will be caught on the hustle play from Pete Giuffreda. Clayton backs up to first, and there's the first out of this bottom of the 6th.
How about that catch? I mean, that ball was destined for right center grass. Giuffreda had to cover a ton of ground. As we look at a replay here, Beckstein really does a nice job getting it in the gap. A leaping grab. I mean, that ball, there's no shame in that ball getting down. That would have been a clear-cut hit, maybe extra bases, maybe a run, who knows. Instead, that's a huge catch.
Pete Giuffreda, versatile, mostly playing left, but a few starts at right as well, and he's doing it over there. Again, a part of the field that is very friendly, especially for lefties, but friendly overall, one of the lower parts of this ballpark. So Jacob Burley heads back. He is 0 for 2. He struck out in the second. He grounded out later on in the 5th. Part of those first 2 outs before that monstrous run that Newport had to cut the lead to just 2. Back when it was 6-4. A ball and a strike is how things start for Conti in his first matchup on the evening against Jacob Burley. The runner still on first is Cam Clayton. The 1-1 throw from Conti in there for strike 2. And I imagine there's a lot of people in this crowd here who know Nick Conti well with his Rhode Island background, whether they watched him last year, watched him play in high school. And here he is in this rivalry matchup here in Rhode Island. That pitch goes outside. The count evens out once again at 2-2.
Yeah, just all about a patient approach here if you're Burley. You can't tie the game with one swing, so just trying to bring the man up and Smith behind you with a big chance.
The 2-2 misses. And we'll get another full count. Another walk would put 2 runners on. There is 1 gone already here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the sun has officially set a little while ago. It's all nighttime here in Newport. Payoff. Throw from Conti. A strong put out there on the strike. First strikeout of the evening from Nick Conti, and there's 2 gone.
Yeah, all of a sudden after it looked like he could not really find that command, he gets picked up by Chufrena with that big catch in right, comes back with a strikeout, and it's plays like that that can really shift momentum. All of a sudden, just need an out here to get out of this inning.
So after starting with that 4-pitch walk, all of a sudden the next 2 down, and we've reached the bottom of the order. Spencer Smith, he's also 0 for 2, a strikeout in the 3rd and a flyout in the 5th. And the first pitch against him is a strike. These 2 played together last year with Newport, against Smith returning after an all-star season with the Gulls back in the summer of 21. A righty versus a lefty here. Conti against Smith, and the runner will take off. Clayton, can he get to second in time? Yes, that one will roll all the way to Kyrie Miller, but Clayton will stay put over at second.
Yeah, went in with a tough head-first slide, and hope he's all right. Looks like, by the way he's walking, he may have jammed that finger into the bag, but got a great jump. Not a bad throw at all, but Johnson couldn't corral it, and looks like Clayton's all right out there. It took a tough tumble into the bag, but taking one for the team, and that does change the dynamic here a little bit. Always, of course, even in a 6-run game, helps when now a single potentially could bring him home.
Yeah, and considering the fact that Clayton came in for Noah Martinez early in this game, you don't want to see really any of these guys, but you don't want to see Clayton leave. You'd be down to your 3rd guy in that position of the order. So 1-1 here as we resume the at-bat against Smith, and you could see Smith there kind of leaning back on that one as he nearly got struck with the pitch. Close call there, brings the count to 2-1. The runner now at second in Clayton with 2 gone. Still down 6 runs rather here in their home field. Another one that right in front of Clayton, just passing by. They'll make it 3 balls to a strike. Coming in just 1 hit on the season for Smith after he had 32 of them last summer here in Newport. 45 of them with the Northeastern Huskies in the spring. Looking for his first today, but instead he'll walk, so 2 are on. Here, and we'll reach the top of the order, and we saw what this group could do back just an inning ago.
Yeah, it's Sammy K, and I mean, this is the spot on the order you want up. Just find a way to do a job, to get on base, and set the table. That's all you can ask for when you're down 6 runs. There's no point in playing hero ball. This is just the 6th inning of this game. All of a sudden, now, Kulasingam to coming to the plate. You like your chances here if he can get one in the outfield, maybe bring home a run or 2.
He started out with a fly out and a ground out, but then, of course, a base hit, and then going to second on the error, hoping to go back to what they saw beginning of the game. That one, again, just missing. We've seen a couple of these batters having to kind of adjust out of the way in some of these pitches. Colsing will see the second pitch from Conti tonight. Again, first time these 2 are seeing each other in this one. First pitch went for a ball. Conti will look back to second where Clayton is stationed, and he'll fire away for strike 1.
How about that breaking ball? Perfect 12-6. It started up top, and it just dropped perfectly. It's got to be pitches like that to beat this hitter in Kulasingam, a really talented hitter.
Talented is right. And we went over how his spring went with Air Force. Historic season for him as he is now in Newport. But that one a little low. Puts Colosingham back up in the count, 2-1. I got to say, Shane, I've been waiting on you to figure out a pun for Nick Conti. I know he doesn't have the easiest name to work with.
Yeah, I'm cooking one up over here.
Yeah, he'll get back to you.
I know I've been a little quiet, but trust me, I'm working on something.
Shane is still here with us and working on his pun game as always.
Still, they're always brewing.
A good product takes time.
Indeed it does.
We'll sure to get at least one more here before this one's over.
Oh, absolutely. Diamonds take time, Zach. Diamonds take time. Rome wasn't built in a day.
Hoping to round this diamond here are the two runners on Clayton and, of course, Spencer Smith, who just walked.
Oh, my goodness. What a play by my man, Zach.
And what a play here by the Gulls. They load the bases after a fairly solid start here. Of course, the walk to Clayton, and then the next two out, and all of a sudden the bases are loaded for Conti. He'll get a visit from Will Dawson.
Yeah, all this off 0 hits. Clayton with a walk, Smith with a walk, now Colosingham with a walk, and it's about being versatile and being patient. This Gulls lineup is patient, and it's paying off. JKG, he came up an inning ago, and he helped Newport string a little bit of a rally together with that single. Ended up scoring on the Farquhar double. I mean, this is where it can really get dangerous if you're Ocean State. This is the part of the order that has had real success tonight. And JKG, it is a 6th-run game, but that can change fast.
And I can't even imagine the kind of pressure that this puts on a pitcher.
There it is.
Trust the process. It was only a matter of time.
You gotta love it.
All jokes aside, to give up 3 straight walks and put yourself in a position like this cannot be a fun one to be in, especially at the top of the order.
Again, we saw what this group could do. JKG having a base hit last time after starting 0 for 2. But 2 are gone here, and you kind of said this, Zach, a comfortable lead, but we saw how fast these games can change for both teams here so far this week, of course. The runs in this game, a 5-run inning back in the 4th and 4 in the 5th. And then yesterday we saw 8 in the bottom of the 6th for the Waves. So anything is possible here at Cardines Field. And a favorable way to start here for JKG, 2-0, and here's the pitch. Make it 3-0, and very, very dangerous here for Conti. One more ball away from a bases-loaded walk.
Yeah, he's really lost command of the zone and nowhere to put JKG. That's his 18th ball to just 7 strikes.
Here's the throw, and that one nearly striking him, having to adjust way out of the way as it misses high. There's the run home for Newport. That will make it a 10-5 ball game as Cam Clayton rounds the diamond.
Yeah, I don't know who's on DJ tonight, but they might want to play Walk It Out coming up here.
Yeah, I mean, that's 4 walks now to the last 6 hitters, and boy, have you put yourself in a dangerous, dangerous situation with Colton Ledbetter now stepping in.
And we saw this last night with Ben Wegman for Martha's Vineyard. Those bases-loaded walks plaguing them. 3 of the 9 runs, the 8 runs in that inning coming from bases-loaded walks. We'll see how Conti responds. The bases remain loaded, and there are 2 gone. So you don't have to do a lot here, but you've got to get off on the right foot, and another ball there from Conti will give Ledbetter the advantage, the guy you don't want to see here if you're the Waves.
Yeah, especially with him being out ahead of the count. Conti has not been able to find the zone lately and is in danger maybe making a mistake to him.
Saw the solo homer back in the 1st. Another one missing low, so a lot of balls here coming out of the pen for Nick Conti.
I got to say, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen H-Bod or somebody on that Wave staff go out there and talk to him, because from a strike throwing perspective, he just kind of just hasn't had it.
We did just see a meeting with Will Dawson, perhaps not wanting to stop play too many times in a row. But there's the 3rd ball in a row in this count, and maybe it is time for H-Bod or Will Dawson to come back out.
No, you can respect, it's nothing against Nick Conti. You can respect them trying to have him finish the inning, but he's thrown 22 balls and 7 strikes. And so it just puts you in a tough position if you're the Waves.
Again, the unwillingness to make a change haunted Martha's Vineyard last night, and Conti avoids the 4-ball walk with the bases loaded against Ledbetter. That's strike 1, but they decided to keep Wegman in the whole inning, and 8 runs came of it as Jack Urbeck warms up in the Ocean State bullpen.
And a hitter's count to a guy with a cold ton of power.
There's
Bases
a nice
loaded.
one right there, Shane. And there it is, second bases loaded walk in a row, and you gotta wonder what's gonna happen here. That's 2 runs. It makes it a 4-run ball game.
Cold ton of patience on him, too.
Indeed, there it is. It was only a matter of time.
Of course, H-Bod just saw what happened last night with Martha's Vineyard and said, I don't want to do that. So unfortunately, it looks like the night is over for Nick Conti, and that is Matt Rowe coming up. So we just saw Jack Urbeck warming up, but Matt Rowe will come in first. The Rutgers pitcher just missing out on seeing his teammate JKG. Rutgers, the righty, just completed his freshman season with Rutgers. And looking at how he's done so far this season, 3 games, 4 2/3 innings pitched, 5 strikeouts to just 1 walk, and only 1 hit allowed for Matt Rowe. And that's the type of guy you want in this situation.
Right now, you just need a guy that can throw strikes. I mean, Nick Conti stays in the game. 5 walks given up, and
excuse me, that is Jack Urbeck. My apologies. So Jack Urbeck is the new pitcher in the game. Another guy who has done all right here. 3 innings pitched through 3 appearances. Just 1 strikeout to 2 walks, 2 hits allowed. He hails from Fairfield University. And my apologies on that. So Urbeck coming in, and you know, we haven't seen a lot of this from him this summer, but he's a guy who kind of ended the season as a strikeout machine with Fairfield in the MAC tournament against Ryder. He had 4 of them in 3 innings pitched, allowing no hits. That was an extra innings 4-3 loss back on the 26th of May. But you know, going up these game scores, 4 strikes in 3 innings against Quinnipiac, got another 4 in just 1 1/3 against St. Peter's. So, and you know, going up, you see another 4-4, and he didn't play, you know, really more than 3 or 4 innings in an outing. So Urbeck is efficient when he throws. He's looking to translate that still here to Ocean State this summer.
yeah, and unfortunately, looks like during this warm-up to Justin Long, the catcher, may have gotten hurt on one of those warm-up tosses.
Yeah, that's Justin Long. He's trying to walk it out, and he'll stay in the game. Very tough is Long out of Rice. So again, Jack Urbeck, the new pitcher in the game.
Yeah, and right now, this is where Newport's lineup has really done damage. Trent Farquhar, a pair of doubles tonight. I mean, right now a double could possibly bring the Gulls within a run, but you're just thinking any sort of base hit right here would be doing a job in a big way for a guy that has been as good as nearly any hitter in this Newport lineup all season. This is exactly who you want up in a huge spot here.
Again, new arm in Jack Urbeck. Conti not able to finish an inning here. His final stat line, 2/3 of an inning pitched, 1 strikeout to 5 walks. No hits allowed, but 2 runs, both of them earned, as Urbeck enters the action.
Urbeck, a guy from Seabright, New Jersey. The Waves hoping to Seabright things out of him and hopefully get out of this inning
That was a creative
scot-free from this
flying up high. This could be the gift that the Waves needed. Coming up under it and making the play is Donovan Cash. So Jack Urbeck comes in, throws 1 pitch, and a pop-up high in the air. Falls in the glove of Donovan Cash, and that leads us to where we sit now. It's 10-6. The Waves still up, but the Gulls continuing the fight back. We'll be back with the final 3 innings of action, and Zach will take you the rest of the way here on the NECBL Network.
The Newport Gulls Broadcast Network features 7 high-definition cameras, graphics, instant replay, and extended pregame and postgame coverage. Watch the Gulls all season long every Friday night on YourView New England. Be sure to follow the Gulls all season long on our social media accounts at Newport Gulls on Twitter and Instagram, and Facebook.com/Newport Gulls, and subscribe on YouTube.com/Newport Gulls for the latest video highlights and exclusive interviews. The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason. The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason.
Back here at Cardines Field, to the top of the 7th we go in this crazy game here at Cardines Field. It'll be a new pitcher on the mound for the Newport Gulls, making his Gulls debut from the University of Washington, Jack Bunnell. Joined the team recently in this past week, and although he did not pitch a ton with the Huskies this past season, has an opportunity in Newport to really get some reps, this being the first one. And he will face 4, 5, and 6 in this Ocean State order, beginning with Chase Meggers.
Yeah, Meggers had that homer last time out, but going back to Bunnell, he has not pitched in a while. Last time he saw action at the collegiate level was March 8th against Seattle. He pitched 2 innings, but of course this is his first appearance with the Gulls, and he hadn't pitched much, just 3 games with Washington. We'll see how he responds against the red-hot Chase Meggers.
And here's another drive from Meggers, deep into left center, ranging back near the wall and making the grab, Spencer Smith. Nearly had his 2nd homer of the night, but it stays in the field of play. And there's the first out in a Gulls uniform for Jack Bunnell.
Yeah. Sigh of relief for us here.
Quick work there against Meggers. You don't want to leave him around for too long because we saw what he could do earlier in this game. Great start for him, again, just joining the team this week. But another newcomer in Bunnell getting out number 1 on the board quick, and that's what you got to do in a game like this where you're down big.
So now 1 out for Kyrie Miller, looks at ball 1. We can close the door on the Gulls debut for Chase Allen, the Michigan Wolverine who gave Newport an inning, gave up 3 hits, and those 4 runs in the past inning. Ocean State able to rally as there's a strike, and it looked like he was on his way to a 1-2-3 frame, retiring the first 2 hitters via strikeouts, but then a walk, a single, a walk, a single again, and a double from starting from the 8-hitter going all the way to the 2-hitter in Donovan Cash. And the Waves for a 2nd straight inning put a major rally together. Ocean State up 10-6 here over Newport in Game 2 of the Pellbridge Series. 9 of those 10 runs coming in innings 5 and 6. Here comes a 2-1 to Miller. Fastball gets the outer part. And make it a 2-2 count to Kyrie Miller.
Yeah, and I got to say, Zach, props to these pitchers, all but one of them, that being the starter, Colin Lowe, making until Nick Conti came in, at least on the other side of things. A lot of them making their first appearance of the summer. So props to them for stepping up here, big moments here in just their first game. Of course, we're talking about Chase Allen, Jack Bunnell, and the starter here for the Waves, Jacob Cush.
Payoff pitch coming to Miller. Upstairs, ball 4. So Miller on board with a walk. That is the third straight inning that a Ocean State Wave has reached via a free pass, and it just keeps the line moving. It's been quite the night offensively for Ocean State. 10 runs on the board, and still 3 innings to play.
Yeah, and looking on my score sheet, Justin Long's the only Wave to not get on base today. So a chance to perhaps build something here if you Bunnell, but of course, Long doesn't want to stay off for too long. Again, no pun intended there. Here in this one, the only Wave not to reach.
Zach, you can intend the pun. There's no shame in that.
What can I say? It just kind of happened.
Big on the puns here in the broadcast booth.
Something like that.
And Justin Long looking to reach for the first time today. 0 for 3 and looks at a strike there. Now 1-1. And lots of runs on the board between these two teams in the last 2 innings. You're talking about 13 runs combined in innings 5 and 6, as opposed to just the 3 in the first 4 innings before that. 1-1, a big cut and a miss. Now 1-2. This is the first, not only the Newport Gulls debut for Jack Bunnell, but the first summer ball collegiate experience he has had. Had a great high school career over at Woodbridge High School, an Irvine, California native. And gets a swing and a miss for a long for strike 3. So now 2 away here in the 7th.
Yeah, tough day for Long, and the only Wave to not get on base. That brings up Alex Ramirez. He started the day hot, but has struck out his last 2 times. Another chance here for Bunnell to build something here and get out of this inning quick.
I'll have to get through Alex Ramirez, who's struck out himself his last 2 at-bats, but did reach on a single, came around to score in the 2nd inning. First pitch he watches off speed outside. Ball 1. He reached first, ended up making it to second on an error on the pitcher calling low. And Creek Robertson got home the first Ocean State Wave run of the evening, scoring Ramirez on an RBI double.
I got to be honest, Creek Robertson might be one of my favorite players to come through here just because of
it's a great name.
Fun. Yeah.
What a name.
Just the fun we can have.
And I got to tell you, Shane, Creek Robertson is one of the favorites here on this team. He has a really awesome personality. He's a really great guy as well here. A great addition to the Waves this summer.
Yeah, I've seemed to notice that pattern with a lot of these summer collegiate guys. They're all, while great ball players, they're all great guys off the field too. Great locker room personalities. Anytime you bump into any of them around the field, anywhere, just a bunch of great guys.
2-1 the count to Alex Ramirez. The University of Rhode Island product, now in his 2nd summer here with Ocean State. 1 on here with 2 out in the 7th. Is that breaking ball in there for a strike? And Jack Bunnell, a strike away from another punch out here.
Good response by Bunnell after starting down in the count. 2 balls to start, now 2 strikes in a row. Now it's anyone's at bat here between Bunnell and Ramirez.
Deuce is wild. Here comes the 2-2 pitch as the runner goes. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Jack Bunnell with 2 Ks in his first inning as a Newport Gull. It is now complete. And most importantly, putting a 0 on the board for the home team. It is time to stretch here at Cardines Field. Waves 10 and Gulls 6 as we go to the bottom of the 7th.
Fans, the NECBL's broadcast network brings all of the action right to your home every night. Available on your desktop, laptop, mobile device, as well as your Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Android TV device. Enjoy single-day passes for just $8, purchase a weekly subscription for $20, a monthly pass for $40, or an all-season pass for $80. Head to watch.necbl.com for more information and for a full streaming schedule. The Newport Gulls broadcast network features 7 high-definition cameras, graphics, instant replay, and extended pregame and postgame coverage. Watch the Gulls all season long every Friday night on Your View New England. Be sure to follow the Gulls all season long on our social media accounts at Newport Gulls on Twitter and Instagram, and Facebook.com/Newport Gulls, and subscribe on YouTube.com/Newport Gulls for the latest video highlights and exclusive interviews.
To the bottom of the 7th we go. Newport needing runs. 10-6 the score. Glad you're with us on the NECBL Network. Well, it's been a great Friday for baseball. All 14 teams in the league in action, and the Rhode Island rivalry going down here at Cardines Field, Game 2 of the Pell Bridge Series. And Slade Alford begins things for the Newport Gulls and could not hold up his swing on that ball down low for strike number 1. It is Jack Earlbeck back out to continue what is his first official inning of work. Came in a bases-loaded situation and threw one pitch to Trent Farquhar, induced a pump out. Big swing and a miss from Alford, looking to avoid the golden sombrero. 3 strikeouts today in his 3 at-bats.
Yeah, just unfortunately for him, a very similar outing to the last time these two saw each other, hoping to change that, but already matching his strikeout number at 3.
Looking for a clean slate here in the bottom of the 7th. 0-2 coming.
Zach,
Upstairs.
I gotta say, all for that pun right there, my friend.
And it fits the bill, you know, and it's all about just working it in at the right times. And Slade Alford trying to work in his first hit tonight and his first time on base. Here comes the 1-2 from Earlbeck. Ring him up on the inside part of the plate. That's the 4th time Alford has gone down on strikes tonight. And so far, so good for Earlbeck, the second reliever out of the pen here for Ocean State.
Yeah, Earlbeck's looked solid so far. Of course, he just threw one pitch, but the first batter he really had a chance at here, Alford, really putting him down in a game that was not his. But, Shane, I got to go back to you. Of course, you are the pun king, but I got to say, Zach, the subtle puns is your game, and you do it well.
Indeed it is. Hey, let someone else have a shot at it, would you?
Oh, man, working on our own names now, are we?
Hey, I got to keep everyone on their toes.
Well, Cam Clayton's looking for his first hit here at Cardines Field, playing in his 2nd game with the team. As there's a strike. Both Washington Huskies now in for the Newport Gulls. Jack Bunnell taking over on the mound. Cam Clayton taking over at shortstop. And a couple of guys that arrived. A cross-country flight a couple days ago. Joined the team recently. As that pitch skips in the dirt. Clayton got the nod. Starting for Newport on Wednesday. Had to come off the bench today as Newport lost Noah Martinez early in this one. It looked like an injury to his leg. He was forced to exit, and we certainly hope that the Central Connecticut State Blue Devil is doing all right. But a good precaution from Newport Gulls manager Frank Holbrook. 1-2. It's driven on the left side, but scooped up by Robertson. Across the diamond, wild throw. And Clayton reaches. Well, it's going to be a tight play over there at first anyway, but Clayton hustling down the line, and the wild throw has given Newport a base runner here in the 7th.
Yeah, and I think he would have reached anyways, but, of course, the wild throw not leaving it in doubt for Clayton. He gets on here and giving a little contest here to Earlbeck, who's had his way to this point. And, go back to your old point, the point you had before with both the Huskies in the game. Something I've noticed here in the NECBL is these teams like to double dip with their teams they go on. You'll see a lot of pairs of teammates on these teams, and it just shows the great relationship that these coaches and managers here in the NECBL have with the ones all throughout the country in the NCAA.
And, Zach, back to your question about Clayton getting his first hit here at Cardines. Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
Well, he's reached and for a 2nd straight inning, and now looks to keep this thing going. Does Luke Beckstein at the plate, and he looks at ball 2. We talk about the collegiate connection. Of course, Clayton and Bunnell, and in the bottom part of this Newport order, a couple of roommates. One hitting in the 7th spot, and his counterpart hitting in the 9th spot, and the first of those two being Luke Beckstein. Teammates out of another school that calls themselves the Huskies, Northeastern. As there's ball number 3 inside. This is exactly what you want if you're the Gulls. A 3-0 count now. to the third baseman.
You know, Zach, the other thing it shows, too, when you see all these teammates is that, you know, especially if you have one returning and another one that might be new, the other guy enjoying it and kind of talking about that experience throughout the summer and really encouraging their teammates to go along with the ride for them. It's great to see here throughout all these teams represented.
Newport trailing by 4 here in the bottom of the 7th. 3-0 the count to Bexney. That fastball's upstairs, ball 4. So an inning after, Newport recorded 5 walks in a single inning. They have another one here in the bottom of the 7th. And things get a little interesting now as Jacob Burley, the 8-hitter wearing number 8, steps in here for the Gulls.
Yeah, great job by the Gulls, but really both teams here in this game not letting the number of outs discourage them in any way. We've seen situations, this one with a strong strike and then a pair of guys coming on. We saw it twice in this game, 2 straight batters out, and then the runs that these teams have gone on. Neither of these teams are getting discouraged, and they're really staying in it no matter what the situation is.
Coming in waves, am I right, guys?
That one was a long time coming, I think.
Absolutely.
Big swing and a miss for Burley, looking for his first hit tonight and his first time on base. This would be a big time for it. Newport with a pair of runs in each of the last 2 innings, but in need of more here, trailing by 4 at home. Here comes the 0-1. Big swing and a miss again, and Earl Urbeck got him on the fastball. It's quickly 0-2 to the catcher from right here in Rhode Island. Goes to Brown University, does Jake Burley, and played in 36 games with the Bears. 183 average, 2 homers, and 11 driven in. Looking for a big base knock here in the bottom of the 7th. Keep the train moving for the Gulls. A 6-game winning streak on the line here tonight. Gulls have not lost since opening night in Vermont.
And that's Urbeck, a long look back this second where Cam Clayton is. We saw what he did last time he was on base earlier in this one.
Finally delivers. And Burley stays alive with a pop-up back to the netting. Well, we'll do it again. It's a good at-bat from the senior catcher out of Hollister, California. Goes to Rhode Island, goes to school, but is another guy who we were talking about Clayton and Bunnell coming from the other coast, and also has Burley here to play summer ball. 2 on here with 1 out for the Gulls. And a cut on and miss for strike 3. Back to the fastball again, and why wouldn't it be? The perfect pitch for Urbeck, and a big second out here in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, perfect pitch is exactly right, Zach, and that was a great response by Urbeck. You let a guy on, gets a hit, then another error advances him, and you get the walk. You know, you're in danger of letting another one of these big runs happen, but there's Urbeck asserting himself. Now 2 are gone, and it's a lot more favorable here. Although there are still 2 runners on, so you got to be careful. We've seen what Newport can do. They are down 4, but not really by a lack of offense.
Spencer Smith looking to keep this inning going for Newport. Looks at ball 1 downstairs. Smith in that 9-hole for the Gulls. 4 for 17 on the young season. And did reach on a free pass. Came around to score for Newport last inning. He was the second of those 5 walks that the Gulls registered. There's a strike. Got the inner part of the plate. And Urbeck now an inning full in. Of course, he came in with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Here we sit with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. And the score is the exact same. It was 10-6 then. It's 10-6 now. Smith looking to change that. And he'll step off again. But you mentioned it, Zach. He really is giving a lengthy look to Cam Clayton. And I wonder if this wait time in between pitches is starting to throw off the hitters.
Yeah, you know, again, when you're at the mound, if you're Urbeck, you can control the pace of the game. You don't have to rush, and he keeps looking back at him. It's your game when you're over there.
I look like, I don't want to assume things, but it looked like one of the umps behind him just kind of motioned to him to rush the pitch, the one that you see in the shot. And it's certainly a lengthy pause between pitches here, and as elongated this bottom of the 7th inning.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I'm sure, with the delay, again, this game started at 7 after its 6:35 start time. We did have that bad weather. Again, credit to the grounds crew for getting this field ready today. But I'm sure these guys want to get home sooner rather than later. And, seeing the pitcher hold up on it, they're probably like, oh, man, just throw the ball already.
We've officially reached the 2.5-hour mark, 9:30 Eastern time here on the East Coast. 1-2. Smith stays alive. Just nubbed it off of that bat. I wonder if a part of the bat fell off, and now Smith is going to head to the dugout, walked out of our dugout shot there, but he is walking back, and Colton Ledbetter gives him a new bat. This is a massive spot in this game for the Gulls, a 6-game winning streak in the balance, and 2 runners on here, a chance to really make this a game again and cut into this lead.
Yeah, Zach, the other day when this team went to Vermont for the doubleheader, they were this close to, at the very least, giving Vermont their first non-win of the season, of course, in extras, only 2 max innings, and after the top of the frame, they had no chance of winning. They were playing for the tie, of course, falling just short. They were that close to knocking the undefeated Mountaineers into the loss column or even the tie column. They have a chance to end this 6-game streak for the Gulls, and after that really heartbreaking loss on that long, long bus ride, they're hoping to do it here just down the road from Wakefield.
1-2. Swing and a miss, he got him. So Urbeck makes his way through trouble, and the Gulls strand 2. It is still a 10-6 Ocean State lead as we head to the 8th here at Cardines Field.
The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to voice the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason. Whether you're an island resident or just visiting, the fastest way to get to the Cape and Islands is by taking the New England League's preferred partner, the Steamship Authority Ferry. Visit steamshipauthority.com for more information.
To the top of the 8th we go. Some military in attendance here at Cardines Field. And catching a great game, 10-6 between these 2 Ocean State rivals. And it is Ocean State, the Waves, with a 10-6 lead. Here on the NECBL Network, Zach Letson, Zach Austin, Shane Briggs with you. And Jack Bunell, the Washington Husky, back out on the mound in his 2nd inning of work. Facing the bottom part of this order, but certainly a dangerous part. It begins with the Indiana Hoosiers shortstop Max Johnson.
Johnson's had himself quite a day. Last 2 at-bats, he's had a base hit both times.
Yeah, talk about, we've harped plenty on the bottom part of this order, but Ramirez a single he came around to score. Johnson with multiple hits. Robertson with multiple hits, and he's reached 3 times. There's a strike. And, that's really been the difference in this game. Sure, there's been lots of contributions from the top of the order, but I think it is 7, 8, and 9 hitters that have really been the surprise of the night. Johnson with a slow chopper. Beckstein quick to field and throws over to first in time. That's a fine play by Luke Beckstein over at third for out number 1.
Yeah, it looked like on that one, that bounce may have almost bought Johnson enough time, but again, the great awareness and the great throw, the quick throw from Beckstein gives the Gulls their first out.
It's a 3rd straight inning where Newport getting the first guy out, and brings in Creek Robertson. He had 1 hit going into this game tonight in 23 at-bats, and tonight he has 2 hits.
And he's reached 3 times. He got a walk also in the 6th inning.
His last time up, that was a big inning for the Waves. They brought home 4, brought home 5 the inning before that. 9 runs combined between innings 5 and 6.
You got a lot of crooked numbers up there today.
Yes, we do. After this was a 1-0 Newport game in the first, a 2-1 game with the goals in favor after 4. And the game has been turned on its head a little bit since then. 0-2. Upstairs to the Southern Miss Eagle, Creek Robertson, redshirted this past year. And his team had a strong year in the NCAA tournament, hosted a regional, won a regional. As that's a swing and a miss for strike 3. Jack Bunell, strikeout number 3 for him on the mound. And there's out number 2.
Yeah, and you've talked about the bottom of this order being very efficient today. Well, what a way for Bunell to respond. 2 outs against the top 2 batters here, Johnson and Robertson. But Chufreda at the top, not too shabby either. He's gotten on 3 out of 4 times, and all 3 of those times were off a hit.
Flips the lineup card over for another guy who's had an excellent day, Pete Chufreda. Scoring around a bunt would certainly have caught the Newport Gulls off guard. Luke Beckstein, Newport's third baseman, playing well into the infield dirt. Now I would have to think the bunt possibly off without the ability to catch Newport napping, but doesn't need to square around the bunt because he's hit by the pitch. So that got Chufreda pretty clearly, and now a 2-out base runner here for the Waves.
And Chufreda knows the bags well at this point. This is the 5th time he's been on today. Of course, officially 3 for 3 with the, he's on for the 4th time today. He's 3 for 4 and now hit by the pitch. So on for the 4th time this evening.
And it's the dangerous Donovan Cash that gets his chance here with the inning going. Cash blew this game open in the 6th in his last at bat. A 3-run double. It was a 6-4 game, and Cash made it 9-4. Cashing in with a double into the right center gap and went all the way into that far corner where the center field fence meets the right field fence. All 3 runners came in to score, and the Waves have been sitting pretty since.
I love how casual you are with these puns, Zach. The name of the game right there.
It's almost like he doesn't want to acknowledge them.
Just got to ease into them, and Cash looking to keep this inning going. 1 on here with 2 outs, top of the 8th. 4-run lead for the Waves, as Chufreda almost got halfway between first and second there.
Yeah, he was almost gone, but last minute says, you know what, I don't want to risk it with 2 outs. I'm going to stay put.
Now 2-1 the count to the first baseman from Kennesaw State. And that pitch upstairs. I talked about Robertson's team hosting a regional. Cash and his team played in that regional down in Hattiesburg and put up a worthy fight. It was a wild, wacky Hattiesburg regional between Kennesaw State, LSU, Southern Miss, all a part of that regional. And a swing and a miss from Cash on the 3-1. Southern Miss ended up winning in thrilling fashion and advancing to the Supers. Three balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the 8th. Bunell looking for his 4th strikeout. And Cash staying alive. Ooh, that got the home plate umpire, Brunetti. Hope he's all right. Not sure exactly where it hit him. Maybe the shin. Putting a thumbs up to the dugout. Certainly a good sign.
Yeah, he's a tough guy. He's not going to get out of this one. Yeah, it looked like it may have hit him on the left arm, left shoulder maybe. But, yeah, as you see, given the thumbs up, tough guy. He didn't even have to walk it out. He just stayed right in there. And we'll be back here for another full count. A big one at that with a runner on and Donovan Cash. And again, that 3-run shot really opening this game up all the way back.
Yeah, between his 3-run double and Megger's 3-run homer, that has been a big chunk of this scoring on just 2 swings.
That's 6 of the 10 runs.
Payoff pitch is upstairs for ball 4, and it's another walk. Donovan Cash reaches, and this inning remains going for Brody Heaton.
Yeah, the crack's starting to show for Bunell as you have 2 runners on. Neither of them reached on a hit. Of course, Shufredo was hit by the pitch and then the walk. And Brody Heaton does have a hit today, finally breaking his drought, but hoping again to change things up here after a tough stretch.
Reached on a walk in the 5th, but struck out looking his last time up and looks at ball 1 right there.
Yeah, we saw him caught stealing. Again, I said this back at the beginning. I'm surprised he was running on that. But, of course, here, if he were to get on and no run scored, would be bases loaded.
That pitch skipping in the dirt and could be a bases loaded situation as Waves doing a good job of getting out ahead in these at-bats. And after the walk to Donovan Cash, now 2 balls and no strikes. The count to the DH, Heaton.
Yeah, favorable count for Heaton. And a walk here is not ideal. When we saw what happened when Nick Conti was in the game for the Waves. 2 outs, all those walks led to some runs. Don't want to repeat that here if you're the Gulls.
2 on with 2 out. Bunnell's offering is in there for a strike now, 2-1.
Now a little more room to breathe now. There's the strike. Kind of gets the weight off your shoulders there if you're Bunnell, and now you can do a little more of what you want. Don't have to worry about walking quite as much now.
Still behind in the count. Shufredo on second, Cash on first, and the pitch down in the dirt. In danger of putting on a 3rd straight base runner, and none of which coming via a hit. The hit by pitch, the walk, and now potentially a ball away from a 2nd consecutive walk.
Now we're seeing some long glances, the second from Bunnell.
Is that pitch in there for a strike? Count running full, just like it did to Donovan Cash. 2nd straight 3-2 count, and a big one. Gulls trailing by 4. And Waves trying to extend this lead. Newport looking to keep it at just a 4-run deficit. With just 2 innings to work with. Payoff pitch. Driven high and deep into right field. Corona Grauer back, giving a look up. And it is off the top of the wall, staying in play. Takes a funky bounce. Heaton not stopping at second, going into 3rd. 2 runs come in to score for Ocean State, and it's a 12-6 lead.
And there's the big play that Brody Heaton was waiting for. In a lot of ballparks, that would have been a homer. But regardless, he gets a triple off of it. I believe that's the first one we've seen this season from the Waves, and he drives in another 2. It's a huge lead now for the Waves, and we'll see if it's enough to last the rest of this one as you take another look. Just not an ideal situation for Corona Grauer out there. Not an easy way to play it, bouncing off that high, and then, of course, kind of finding its way in that little corner area between center and right field.
That is a big hit, another timely hit for this Ocean State side that now has all 4 as a team. Single, double, triple, and home run. The Waves have all 4 here tonight in an offensive fireworks show that has not concluded yet. Chase Meggers, talk about the home run. He had the big shot, a 3-run jack in the 5th inning. And this Waves team really has not looked back since that moment. And golfs this pitch. Fairly deep in a center field. Underneath it is Ledbetter, and the inning ends. But Ocean State back at it again. Brody Heaton, a 2-run double, and the Waves get the lead back up to 6th. Let's keep it here. Instead of going to a break, we'll keep things here at Cardines Field. We talked about it's been a busy, busy night in the NECBL. This one of 7 games going on, all 14 teams in action. Shane wanted to take us through it.
So out at the Max Field Sports Complex, we have the Muskrats taking on the Nighthawks, the Muskrats winning by a final score of 10-5. We have the Mystic Schooners topping the Danbury Westerners in the Dodd Memorial Stadium 5-3. We have the Vermont Mountaineers topping the North Shore Navigators 7-0 at the Montpelier Recreational Field. We have the North Adams Steeplecats topping the Sanford Manors by a score of 2-0 at Goodall Park. We have the Bristol Blues by a score of 4-0 beating the Martha's Vineyard Sharks at Muzzy Field. And in the top of the 9th, the Keene Swamp Bats lead the Valley Blue Sox 7-0 in Mackenzie Stadium.
A full day. All 14 teams playing here on Friday night. Busy night around the league, and Newport will see that North Shore team 3 times in the next 2 days. A game that got rained out week 1. That'll be made up on Sunday. Newport goes to Fraser Field tomorrow to face the Navigators, and then comes back home, goes back the next day, and plays them twice. Not once, but twice. So Newport will be pretty tired of Fraser Field and Lynn, Massachusetts. I'm just kidding. But they'll be going there a lot these next couple of days, and it is a busy stretch for the Newport Gulls. And this game not quite over yet, but Ocean State has really opened things up, getting this back to the lead that they had in the top of the sixth when it was a 6-run game. Now it's finally back to that.
Back to 6, and we got a new pitcher, and it's another guy that these fans here are going to be familiar with, in Brandon Garcia, serving more as a closer here in his few appearances so far after being a regular starter. Last summer with the Gulls, he's pitched in 1 2/3 innings in just 2 appearances, of course, his debut coming against Newport. 2 strikeouts, no walks, and just a hit allowed. Let's see if he can keep up his strong play in the last inning, maybe 2 of work.
Yeah, he was one of the more relied upon arms for Newport last season. 7 starts during the summer, 30 1/3 innings pitched. He went 3-4 with a 4.75 ERA, 38 strikeouts, and that opposed to 19 walks. He'll be tasked with a dangerous part in this Newport order. Sam Kulisingham, Josh Kuroda-Grauer, and Colton Ledbetter, the top of the Gulls order. And Sammy Kane looks at ball number 1 outside.
So first lefty here on the mound for the Waves. And again, looking at Garcia, big jump for him. He just finished up at Quinnipiac. He'll be heading to Texas A&M.
A rocket back up the middle, and Sam Kulisingham has a base hit. That looked like it nearly got the hand of Garcia, but just a hot shot. Sam Kulisingham, he's got quite the bat, and that's the exact start Newport was looking for.
Yeah, that one nearly striking Garcia. You know, we talk about, being the catcher, the home plate umpire being in a dangerous spot. Well, that was nearly dangerous for Garcia, as we see some fireworks here in Newport off in the distance, and just great placement, getting by the pitcher and splitting the rest of the defense. There's another hit for the leader in Sam K.
As Josh Kuroda-Grauer, first pitch swinging, a bloop shot. That'll get down for a base hit. Kulisingham stopping at second. And the Newport Gulls with back-to-back singles here in the bottom of the 8th.
Those fireworks, Zach, maybe a sight to come, hopefully, for the Gulls.
18 runs on the scoreboard, not the only fireworks here in Newport. And, this is exactly what the doctor ordered. Sam Kulisingham single, Josh Kuroda-Grauer with a single, and Colton Ledbetter brought Newport's first run of the night with a solo blast in the first. Looking to keep this thing rolling for Newport. The Gulls trailing by 6, down to their last 6 outs.
Yeah, talking about what the doctor ordered, Colton Ledbetter maybe making things better here for the Newport Gulls. We saw what he did with that solo homer earlier, but again, Garcia, 2 batters faced, 2 hits. Not exactly what he wanted, but he just really has to close out this inning here and close out the next one if they want to win. But, the team knows him well, as we've talked about before.
0-1 on the inside part of the plate, and it's quickly 0-2. Well, Ledbetter, of course, that home run, but he's reached 3 times tonight. His last 2 times up, the Waves have elected to not pitch to him and, to walk him instead. They did pitch to him, but he earned a base on balls in the 5th and in the 6th inning. 2 on here with nobody out. As that skips in the dirt. And Kulisingham and Kuroda-Grauer both going to move up 90 feet. Squeaking past the outstretched glove of Justin Long behind the plate. That's a big miscue from this Waves team. Still a 6-run game, but now a single potentially could make it a 4-run game.
Also eliminates the double play ball here.
Right. Well, now first base open and a 1-2 count to the new Mississippi State Bulldog. Got a great season with Samford and now is making the move over. And here in Newport for the summer, he's been everything he could have asked for. 3 homers in his past 4 games, including the one tonight. Awaiting a 1-2 pitch from Garcia. Down low, and he's worked his way back into an even count.
Garcia finally had the lead he wanted on a count, but we've talked about how talented Ledbetter has been, in that box this year, and just how great he's been today. You got to really finish here against guys like Ledbetter if you're Brandon Garcia.
Runners on 2nd and 3rd, nobody out here in the 8th. And Ledbetter has worked to full counts. from 0-2 all the way up to 3-2, and now potentially a ball away here from walking for a third straight plate appearance.
Yeah, and that I think would really rattle Garcia, not what he wanted, but he has a lot of experience in this park.
Biggest pitch here tonight. Ledbetter awaiting a 3-2 offering from Garcia. Inside, ball 4. Colton Ledbetter earns his third straight walk, and the Newport Gulls with the bases loaded here with still nobody out in the 8th.
Yeah, now he'll see Trent Farquhar, and we've talked about him plenty today. Now, late in this one, lots of bases loaded situations, and we've seen a lot of runs come off of him.
All hail.
Lord Farquhar, as they call him. Well, he's looking to come through right here for the Newport Gulls. Newport's won 6 in a row. That's on the line here tonight. Trailing by 6, but with the bases loaded. Farquhar with a base hit in the left. Kula Singham to score. JKG held up. And station-to-station baseball. It's a 5-run game. The base is still loaded with nobody out.
Well, Zach, a good friend of mine, Luke Combs, once said, every little bit helps. The road has to start somewhere. Why not here?
And Newport chipping away. They will make a call to the bench. Instead of the DH Slade Alford, it's Newport's opening day catcher, Parker Haskin. He's already been a hero once for Newport this season with what would end up being the game-winning hit, and that was also in a pinch hit at bat against the Mystic Schooners.
Yeah, so, after a tough day for Alford, 0 for 4, all 4 striking out, Haskin comes in. He caught the opening, the first pitch here today. Great day for him, great day for everyone here pregame, and now a chance to be the hero and help claw their way back, down 5 runs still in the 8th.
Bases loaded, nobody out. Haskin fouls this back, and it's the start Garcia wanted. Now 0-2. Now what a spot here. 2 guys that are veterans in the NECBL. Both have played multiple seasons. Haskin with the Nighthawks last year. Here he is with Newport, an NECBL All-Star. In a huge spot here in the bottom of the 8th. And he stays alive, fouling that pitch off of himself. It's a big spot. Alford, who's starting out of the game. Martinez, of course, started behind him. He's out of the game, and Cam Clayton, of course, sitting in his place. Well, bat after Haskin. Kuroda Grauer on third, Ledbetter on second, and over at first, Trent Farquhar with a 3-hit day. Haskin held up his swing on the 0-2, staying alive.
Breathe.
Deep breaths here at Cardeeds Field. Newport trying to make what would be an epic comeback if they could do it. But a lot of work to be done. Bases loaded here. Gulls trailing by 5. 1-2 from Garcia. Fastball that just missed on the outside of the plate. And 1-eye from the catcher from Elon.
He's just asking for a chance here, Zach.
There you go. He didn't even need a full at-bat for that one.
He was 5th in the NECBL in on-base percentage last year, .462. Trying to find any way to get on base right here for the Gulls. 2-2. He's driven off of his foot again, and Parker Haskins turning in a great at-bat.
Alexa, play Staying Alive.
Yeah, Garcia absolutely needs it out here. Bases loaded. It's a 5-run game. They could easily get 4 here if they get the biggest play they can. This game is not over. We've seen all day the scoreboard is not indicative of how these teams have played.
7th pitch of the at-bat. Here it comes. And it got Haskins' bat and went back to the screen. That was close to hitting him on the hand as he brought his bat back. It got the inner part of the barrel. What a way that is to keep this at-bat going. Clearly was trying to hold up his swing, but his bat got in the way of the baseball, so we'll do it again. Pitch number 8 of the at-bat. Newport trailing by 5. Bases loaded here in the 8th. Can Haskin come through again? Staying alive again. What an at-bat from Parker Haskin. A .323 hitter last season with Upper Valley. And not in the starting lineup tonight. Getting the night off, but being called upon in this massive moment. Another 2-2 from Garcia. That one nearly hit him, and it gets away. Coming to the plate is JKG. He'll score. It's a 4-run game as the runners all move up.
And again, there goes your double play ball with no outs to the Gulls. Smart base running once again. With another JK jog across the plate.
That's a pretty creative one.
Both runners moving up. Ledbetter to third. Farquhar to second. And Haskin at the dish now in a 4-run game. As that payoff pitch catches the outside part of the plate. And Garcia responds with a major, major strikeout.
Yeah, so now you have one down, but again, allowing that run. There's a spot open at first, but if you're Garcia, you just got to punch a couple guys out here, strikes, do whatever you can. Don't allow any more scores.
And what a spot this is for Cam Clayton. His first game at Cardines Fields. Takes a big swing and a miss. That ball popping out of the glove of Long, but it's strike number 1. Made his Newport Gulls debut on Wednesday. And tonight, called off the bench to replace Noah Martinez. 0 for 1, but he did reach on a walk, ended up coming around to score. Clayton with 0-1 fouls it back right to the fence. Right back in our wheelhouse, but thankfully we've got a net. We've got the fence to protect us.
Sure, one of you guys would have caught it too. Got that fast reaction time, I'm sure. We saw some of that earlier today on the field as well.
2 on here with 1 out in the 8th. 0-2 pitch. And Clayton staying alive again. Garcia winning that battle. It was a long battle between him and Parker Haskin. 9 pitches, and that 3-2 pitch just got enough of the outside part of the plate, enough for Anthony Brunetti to ring him up for strike 3.
And that's exactly what you need to build for Garcia to build his confidence in that situation.
Here comes the 0-2. Swing and a miss, he got him. Back-to-back Ks for Brandon Garcia. What a response. Now there's 2 gone.
What a response is right, Zach. 2 Ks in a row after giving up those runs and the bases loaded. Just need one more.
And now it comes down to Luke Beckstein here in the 8th. A Newport hero in Game 3 of their season. Walk-off single in the 10th inning against Valley. And now really the Newport Gulls in need of him to come through with a single, and he did not agree with that strike 1 call on the inner part. Couple close calls, that payoff pitch to Haskin, and that pitch as well. 0-1 from Garcia. That's a strike. Beckstein knew it. And this is what Garcia's done. He did it to Clayton, getting ahead of out 0-2, and he's done it again here to the Northeastern third baseman, Luke Beckstein. Runners on second and third, but now 2 away in the 8th. As Beckstein drives it the other way through for a base hit. 1 run is in. Farquhar getting the stop sign, and so 1 run will score only, but Luke Beckstein with an RBI single. It's a 12-9 game, and the Newport Gulls now bring the tying run to the plate.
Yeah, just 3 runs now is this Ocean State lead. Got to be very careful.
And Newport emptying out the bench here. Instead of Jake Burnley, it's going to be the Oregon Ducks catcher, Jack Scanlon.
Second Oregon Duck catcher in this game. Talked about it a little earlier.
And it looks like, of course, Scanlon coming up here with 2 outs. If he's able to get on, it'll be another pinch hitter. And instead of Spencer Smith, we will see Ben Rounds. But right now, that's not Newport's focus. You got to keep this inning going. And Newport going to a guy that's got a little bit of pull power in Jack Scanlon. Of course, this is a lefty-friendly ballpark. Scanlon represents the tying run at the plate. When this inning began, Newport trailed by 6. Now all of a sudden could bring themselves closer, even tie it with 1 swing. Scanlon looks at First pitch for a strike.
You know, I can understand why you're making these changes at the bottom of the order. You know, looking at Burley, 3 Ks, 0 for 4, and Spencer Smith reached on a walk, but he's also 0 for 3. Each guy has at least 2 strikeouts so far. So wanting to get something going here, needing everything you can after clawing your way back now just down 3.
Farquhar at third, Beckstein on first. Here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th, Newport trailing by 3. 0-1 to Scanlon. Down low to even the count.
And, you know, again, looking at the 2 hitters they put in, you talked about how friendly this ballpark is to lefties. Well, Scanlon's a lefty and Round's also a lefty. So perhaps putting in lefties here intentionally to get your best plays into the outfield.
I think we might have just cracked the code that Frank Holbrook is strategizing here tonight. A ball and a strike to Scanlon. First to checking over at first. You could tell Garcia wanted to do that. He was looking over at Beckstein that entire time, and it would certainly be a risky play. If Newport opts to send him here, it would likely be in the scenario of a double steal.
And, you know, another thing looking at these batters, Garcia's a lefty, the first lefty that Ocean State's put on the mound, so maybe trying to match that as well.
Scanlon 1 for 9 on the season, his first hit coming in the last game for Newport. There goes Beckstein. It's outside. He'll make it without a throw. So Long not even attempting to try to get Beckstein out with the risk of Farquhar at third, and now all of a sudden a single could potentially make this a 1-run game.
Yeah, wise not to throw it. I mean, you know, the positioning Long had there was not ideal, and of course you do have the runner at third. That leaves first open, and with 2 outs, you know, both teams just on the brink here.
What a spot for Jack Scanlon. And that's down low. Make it a 3-1 count, and Garcia in danger of putting the tying run on base. 1 for 9, as mentioned on the season, 4 strikeouts for Scanlon. But has plenty of pop, a couple of big home runs in his career with the Oregon Ducks. One of those right here would make this a 12-12 game.
I wanted to match what his teammate Chase Meggers did earlier in this game.
3-1, he was going for the homer right there. And now it's a full count. What a big spot here. Biggest pitch of this game. Newport has clawed their way back. Trailing by 6 entering the inning, 3 runs across, looking for more.
How could you not be romantic about baseball?
This is the spot you dream about being in as a hitter. Payoff pitch. Got him. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Garcia with another strikeout. And despite the damage done, avoids some more serious damage, stranding 2 Newport runners on base. Newport makes a call to the bullpen as we head to the top of the 9th in this crazy Game 2 of the Pell Bridge Series. Ocean State 12. Newport 9 as we head to the final frame as we go to the 9th.
For the first time in league history, the 2022 New England League All-Star Game is headed to Martha's Vineyard, home of the Sharks. On Sunday, July 24th, join the NECBL's best as they ferry over to the island and enter the Shark Tank in front of scouts from every MLB organization. Visit asg22.necbl.com for more information. And don't forget to make your ferry reservation at steamshipauthority.com. Fans, the NECBL's broadcast network brings all of the action right to your home every night. Available on your desktop, laptop, mobile device, as well as your Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Android TV device. Enjoy single-day passes for just $8, purchase a weekly subscription for $20, a monthly pass for $40, or an all-season pass for $80. Head to watch.necbl.com for more information and for a full streaming schedule.
Newport has cut the deficit in half, 12-9 Ocean State, as we welcome you back to Cardines Field. past the 3-hour mark. 10:04 Eastern time in this crazy game. Ocean State 12, Newport 9 here on the NECBL Network. Zach Letson, Zach Austin, and Shane Briggs. And before Ocean State can get their hacks in the 9th inning, it'll be to a new Newport Gulls pitcher and a lefty out of Texas Tech University, Garrett Crowley, the southpaw, coming into this game for Newport after making 4 appearances with the Red Raiders and spent time over at Fordham University as well. That's where he's pitched the majority of his collegiate career, 3 years, with the Fordham Rams, and a member of the Cape League last summer with the Chatham Anglers, where he was 2-2 with a 5.13 ERA. Got plenty of reps, 26 and a third innings, 39 Ks to go with 10 walks. He faces 5, 6, and 7 in this Ocean State order, and it begins with Kyrie Miller.
Yeah, and I believe those changes we saw in the at-bats remain permanent, so we see Scanlon at the catcher. That one pops in the air, and I believe out in the outfield is Rounds over in left, and that is exactly that.
Yeah, all 3 catchers on this Newport roster have found a way into this game. Burley with the start, and Haskin and Scanlon both pinch hitting in that bottom of the 8th.
Both teams' catcher room is very versatile.
Big cut and a miss from Miller, quickly 0-2.
Going back to this game length, this is by far the longest game the Waves have played this year. I don't think they've had any games reach 3 hours so far until tonight.
Ocean State looking for its 5th win. They'd bring a 4-6 record in Newport, in danger of having a 6-game winning streak snapped. 0-2 is upstairs, now 1-2 to Kyrie Miller.
Miller's gone on twice. He had a hit in the 4th and a walk, officially 1 for 2, but also 2 strikeouts.
That was coming in the 2nd and the 5th inning. And Crowley, a recent addition for this Newport team, got him for strike 3. Now, Kyrie Miller not at all happy with that call from home plate umpire Anthony Brunetti, who says it got that outside part of the plate.
Yeah, Miller, that's the 3rd time he's been punched out today. Not happy with that call.
2nd time it's a backwards K. And, well, that's the start you want. Garrett Crowley, 1 batter faced, 1 strikeout. Now trying to do it again to another guy with multiple strikeouts. Both Ramirez and Long have been punched out multiple times tonight.
As we said last time, Long's the only Wave who's not gotten on a bag today. Hoping to change that here late in this one.
12 runs on the night for the Waves on 10 hits. They have had a great showing offensively. There's strike number 2. Newport with 9 runs themselves. Not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but they'll need 3 more at least, or this 6-game winning streak will come to a close.
And the way this game's going, it's certainly possible.
As he stays alive there. No, you're absolutely right. 3 runs for Newport last inning, and 4 runs for the Gulls between innings 5 and 6. 21 runs. 21 runs combined between these two. It's been one of those nights at the park.
And it's a far cry from the first matchup between these two where we only saw 3 runs. And most of them coming late, at least the Waves run coming in the 9th.
A 2-1 Newport victory. And that one as Long stays alive with a foul back. Newport during this winning streak has had to win games in about every way possible. The low-scoring games against the Waves, the high-scoring games, putting up 17 runs on the Sharks. This game had a little bit of everything. 0-2 from Crowley. Driven in the air, out of play onto West Marlborough Street, just behind the concession area. Things have died down, calmed down a little bit. This was a later start at Cardines Field from what we are used to. We were pushed back 25 minutes because of rain that had struck the area earlier in the afternoon as that pitch is outside. And fortunately enough, by the time it got around to 6 o'clock, the predicted forecast was correct. Things cleared up. And the tarp, and I mean, can't say enough. We've mentioned it, but cannot say enough about our grounds crew here at Cardines Field, keeping this place in tip-top shape. As there's a shot off the bat of Long. And another souvenir for somebody near the clubhouse, near the Mudville Pub. We are in the middle of it all here at Cardines Field. America's Cup Avenue to our left, West Marlborough Street to our right. And plenty of houses behind the outfield wall as well. 1-2 coming to the catcher. That skips in the dirt, and we talked about it. New Newport Gulls catcher Jack Scanlon in behind the plate with Ben Rounds filling in the left field. Newport using their depth here in the ninth.
Rounds is the third left fielder of the day. We had Colasinga move over from there to first base, and of course Smith being subbed out here.
And that one went right off the pole
and
back into the dirt.
And it
Are
bounced.
you kidding me?
Yeah, one bounced all the way near third base, where H-Bod's stationed right now. What a movement for that one.
Big ol' clang off of the pole that connects the screen. That keeps foul balls from potentially endangering fans. And now it's a full count. Or us, absolutely. We're lucky from where we're situated because we have not just the net but the fence as well. So we're really in pretty good shape here.
We're lucky for a lot of reasons here at Cardine, Zach.
Of course, historic Cardines Field, a place that
the oldest ballpark in America.
There's a cut and a miss. And Scanlon will try to complete the strikeout over at first, and he did. Nice play by Scanlon. And Colasinga at first, sticking with that. Not an easy play defensively. And a unconventional strikeout for out number 2.
Yeah, it's not often you see those, third strike misses there where the runner has a chance to advance, that get that close, but still able to complete the play are the Gulls. Long just nearly missing out on his first trip today. And a possibility of a 1-2-3 inning, down just 3 and down their last 3 outs once they come back up to bat.
So Long going down on strikes for the third time today. Ramirez looking to avoid that same mark. He struck out twice today and looks at ball 1.
And for Crowley, another guy who hasn't pitched a whole lot this year, great start for him, 2 Ks. His first 2 batters faced.
I beg your pardon, Ramirez actually did strike on his last time up, so looking to avoid the sombrero. But at a big hack and a miss. Boy, he's got a violent swing here behind the plate and came up empty that time to Garrett Crowley.
Yeah, Ramirez has seen a lot of strikeouts this year. He does not want to see another one here tonight.
Crowley looking to finish off his first inning of work in a Gulls uniform in style. There's a pop-up on the infield. Beckstein ranging his way in, leaping, and that ball just getting out of his reach.
That one would have certainly been a highlight play if he could have gotten his glove on it.
Yeah, not that foul territory. Not really the best friend of any third baseman.
So narrow.
It really is. I mean, there's not a ton of space back there, and anyone that's down there, whether it's a third base coach, whether it's one of our Gulls photographers, or whether it's a third baseman just trying to make a play, they're in the danger zone, and it's quite the effort from Beckstein, but it bounced off of the fence.
You could see Coach H-Bod having to adjust out of the way on that one as well.
Got him. There is another strikeout, the 4th of the day for Alex Ramirez, and a clean inning for Garrett Crowley. He strikes out the side here in the top of the 9th. The last chance for the Newport Gulls. Newport needs some Cardines magic for a second time this season, looking to keep a 6-game winning streak alive.
Subscribe on youtube.com/Newport Gulls for the latest video highlights and exclusive interviews.
Well, here we go. It all comes down to this. Bottom of the ninth. 12-9 Ocean State on top. And it is Ben Rounds who will start things for the Newport Gulls. Came off the bench. Was slated to pinch hit. Instead, he found his way in left field. He begins this bottom of the ninth against Brandon Garcia on the mound for Ocean State. Newport needs some magic. The Gulls do have a walk-off win this season. It came a week ago to the day against the Valley Blue Sox. Newport 5-4 victors. That a little different of a situation. Newport needs 3 runs just to keep this game going here in the ninth.
The bottom of the ninth, Zach, where heroes are made. This is what dreams are made of.
Yeah, Brandon Garcia, he's going to want to repeat what he did at the end of the last inning. He struck out 3 of the last 4 batters that went up.
3 runs in, came in a score, but Newport stranded 2 more in scoring position. As that 2-0, a big swing and a miss from Rounds, a guy who was not in the lineup today, but came up big for Newport in that big win out on the Vineyard with 2 hits and reached base 4 times in that game. And that 2-1 upstairs. Here's a good hitter's count for Ben Rounds, the Harvard Crimson product. Played in 31 games this past year. Over in Cambridge, a .288 average. And aboard with a walk. 5 pitches, and the leadoff man aboard for the Newport Gulls. Flipping the lineup card over now for Sam Kulasingam.
And the Harvard guy with the good judgment call. Who's surprised?
Absolutely. That was a patient approach, and speaking of, he led the Brockton Rocks, his Futures League team last year, in that walk department. How about having 34 walks in a summer season? Not a college spring season, in a summer season, with the Brockton Rocks, who are just about
patience is key.
An hour up the road, and here's a opportunity for Sam Kulasingam, Newport's leadoff man. Looks at ball 1 inside. Now 5 of the 6 pitches in this inning for Brandon Garcia have missed the zone.
Now Sammy K, a guy who, if I do recall correctly, that opening day here at Cardines Field where he had 2 home runs, was batting right-handed, a switch hitter.
Yep.
Batting lefty a lot lately, but switching back over to that right side. Keep an eye on that.
A switch hitter, certainly can't doubt that judgment. By the year he had at the Air Force Academy, he hit .411 with 12 homers and 64 RBIs. Ahead 2-0 here. Big swing and a miss to get Garcia a strike back. It's just the 2nd strike of this inning. And you look at it, 6 balls in comparison to that.
Yeah, and Zach, looking at the part of the lineup we're at now at the top, I really do think whoever wins this battle deserves to win the game. And considering how many runs we've got, that will probably be the case.
There's a drive into left field, base hit. Sammy K with a big base knock. And with no outs in the 9th, the Gulls bring the tying run to the plate. Does Newport have some magic in them? A 6-game winning streak on the line. Newport has not lost since a week from this past Tuesday. And it might not even be Brandon Garcia's assignment here to try to figure it out.
The oldest ballpark in America. Can the Gulls add a little bit more history tonight?
Eric Hershine Bonder out to talk with Garcia. It could mean a million things. It could mean a pitching change. It could mean just to chat.
In the signal to the bullpen, we will get a new pitcher. I'll let you know who it is when we find out.
So the Waves going to the bullpen. We'll step aside here shortly. What a game we have here. 12-9 Ocean State leads, but no outs in the bottom of the 9th. And Newport sends the tying run when we come back.
The chase for the Fay Vincent Senior Cup begins on Monday, August 1st, when the 2022 New England League playoffs begin. 6 teams will qualify this year, each of the 3 division winners and then the 3 teams with the highest winning percentages. The top 2 teams will receive a first-round bye, while the other 4 teams open things up with a single elimination wildcard round. The winning teams will advance to the best-of-3 series for the Final 4, and then the last 2 teams standing will match up in the best-of-3 NECBL Championship Series to compete for the league title and the right to hoist the Fay Vincent Senior Cup. We'll see you in August for the start of the 2022 postseason. Whether you're an island resident or just visiting, the fastest way to get to the Cape and Islands is by taking the New England League's preferred partner, the Steamship Authority Ferry. Visit steamshipauthority.com for more information.
More dramatics here at Cardines Field in the bottom of the ninth. Newport with a tying run coming to the plate, and the Gulls will face a new Ocean State arm.
Yeah, this is the fifth now pitcher of the day for Ocean State. It's Aiden Head, and he played just 2 days ago. Game 1 of the Vermont doubleheader. He was the closer in that one. Played an inning, allowed 1 hit, threw a strikeout, also had a walk in there. He's from Georgetown, played in the spring with the Hoyas. Pitched in 27 innings, a 5.67 ERA, had the 19 strikeouts to 17 walks.
Well, Newport was down 6 runs in this game. It is down to 3, and it is the heart of the Gulls order. Josh Kuroda-Grauer, Colton Ledbetter, and Trent Farquhar, all hoping to see the plate. Newport has already made this an interesting situation here in the 9th inning. Ben Rounds, he came off the bench an inning ago to play left field. He started this inning with a walk. Sam Kula-Singham, Newport's leadoff hitter, followed him with a hit. And that's where we are right now. Ocean State 12, Newport 9. All of it coming down to this. Josh Kuroda-Grauer, the Newport right fielder, steps in and looks at strike 1.
Aiden Head again, another guy just joining the team this week. Was on the roster, but again, playing his first action on Tuesday. Quick turnaround for him, but only an inning. Not too much rest needed just a couple days later.
Coming in a huge spot here in the 9th. Kuroda-Grauer, a big swing and a miss. Quickly 0-2.
Yeah, good sign for the Waves seeing Aiden Head take command here. First 2 pitches go for strikes.
Kuroda-Grauer already with a single. Today he's been on base multiple times. And looks at the 0-2 outside. JKG out of Rutgers had quite the freshman season there and has been up to the task for the Newport Gulls this summer as their routine 2-hitter. Bringing in a 273 average into tonight's action. 1-2. Breaking ball hit a mile in the air into left field and playable for Miller. He makes the grab. Rounds bluffs on the tag up. He will stay at second. And a ball that was hit high in the air but not nearly deep enough to cause any damage is the first out here in the 9th.
Good turnaround for the Waves, getting that first out. But, you know, on that at-bat, you could hear this Newport dugout. They are excited. They are energized. And they can feel this has been a thrilling game through and through. Now we're down to the last 2 outs.
Who else would you want up? Colton Ledbetter, a home run tonight, 3 in his last 4 games, representing the tying run at the plate. First pitch from Head is upstairs for ball 1. That home run in the first, and amazingly, he's only registered 2 at-bats tonight. That's because his last 3 times up at the plate, all walks. So officially a 1-for-2 day with 3 walks for the Mississippi State center fielder. And out ahead, 2-0. Well, Ocean State has really wanted nothing to do with pitching to him these last 3 times up. And here we are again. It's a 2-0 count.
I mean, do you blame him, Zach?
I'm not saying I do. Just point out the facts. Rounds on second. Kula-Singham on first. 1 down here in the bottom of the 9th. And Ledbetter hits it back to the screen. He just missed it.
You know, at the same time, I don't know. You could walk someone here and load it, but I just don't think that's a great idea. We've seen how many runs come through in this game. Got to try and play for the outs.
Certainly, and with Trent Farquhar having the fantastic day that he has had, 3 hits, no reason to load him up for him. Here comes the 2-1 from Head. In there for a strike, and now the count's even from 2-0. Back a big strike right there, making it 2-2.
Great composure from Aiden Head in this big moment here. Of course, just his second appearance, but by far the most important, because the first coming in a 7-0 blowout. This is a very different game just 2 days later.
2 balls and 2 strikes. And Ledbetter with a shot. Deep into left. Back near the wall, and it's caught. Meggers making the catch. Oh, just in front of that wall. Ledbetter nearly did it again.
You could feel the anticipation in this crowd. They thought this one was gone, and right in front of the fence, Chase Meggers, the hero for the Waves on that play, and just one out to decide this game. It all comes down to this.
And it comes down to Trent Farquhar.
All hail.
Well, he's had the best game of anyone in this Newport lineup and is now tasked with keeping this game going. Gulls down to their last out. And a sharp breaker from Head catches the zone, strike 1.
Head's done a good job on those breaking balls so far, really controlling the pace and doing what he wants with these batters, but he's got to do it one more time.
3 hits for the Michigan State Spartan tonight. That breaking ball missed too far inside. So Newport, their first 2 batters reach, then the call to the bullpen to bring in Aiden Head, and he's gotten the 2 batters that he's faced out. But in need of 1 more. Newport trailing by 3. And that skips in the dirt now. 2 balls and a strike to the second baseman, hitting in the cleanup spot. And had a knack for getting on base. He'll have to do that here. Had a knack for doing it at Michigan State. A 392 clip. He has to do so here, or it's all she wrote from Cardines. Here comes the 2-1. Driven back out of play, and Newport down to their last strike.
Over onto America's Cup way that one goes.
As does a fire truck behind us. But now, deuce is wild. 2 on with 2 out, and a 2-2 count. To Newport's second baseman, Trent Farquhar, looking for some magic, representing the tying run at the dish.
Maybe a fairy tale ending in the books.
As that misses just down low. And Farquhar has worked a full count. Double in the 4th, double in the 5th, and then a single an inning ago. Newport has really brought the bats to life here tonight, but in need of just a little bit more. And Head will step off the mound.
And Justin Long right after will come and talk to him. This is a huge moment for Head. And again, as you said many times, a 6-game win streak in the balance for these Coastal Division leading Newport Gulls.
8 hits for Farquhar on the season, and this is just his 7th game. Gulls would love another one right here. Down to their final strike. Here it comes. Driven back up the middle off the foot of Head. Farquhar racing to first, the throw over, and it gets away. Coming home and scoring is Ledbetter. Farquhar on his way to second, and the Gulls aren't done yet. It's 12-10.
That's a tough throw from Aiden Head right there. I think he should have just ate it. The bases would have been loaded, but then another run coming in. It's just 2-run game.
As Ben rounds home, it is a 2-run game. The Gulls are alive.
And isn't it fitting? Parker Haskin was the hero for Newport in Game 1 of this winning streak. Can he be the hero in what would be Game 7? Newport with a single could possibly tie this game up. That ball was destined for center field. Head able to field it, and with a perfect throw had maybe a chance. It was going to be a tough play, but whatever the case may be, Farquhar now on second, and Haskin takes ball 1. 0 for 1 today. He came in to pinch hit for Slate Alford an inning ago, and it was a massive punch out for Brandon Garcia on a 3-2 pitch that retired him.
The DH spot not kind of the Gulls today.
Haskin looks at the 1-0 downstairs, this Newport crowd, and the Gulls dugout cheering him on. Can the Gulls put together an unreal comeback? It was a 6-run game. Now it's a 2-run game, and the tying run standing on second. Haskin fouls it off. 2-1. You could hear a pin drop in this place when that pitch was released. Everybody on the edge of their seat, and if they're not sitting, they're standing up.
Zach, you might have to remind me to breathe.
The 2021 NECBL All-Star Parker Haskin looking to come through for his team. Newport down to their last out. Haskin a fly ball out of play. And again, the Gulls will have to battle down to their final strike here.
GAI does that.
The anticipation in this moment is huge. I think this is probably, since Tuesday, but arguably the biggest moment all season long for both teams. Definitely here for the Waves. Who will get it done?
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And Haskin calling for time. Newport with 3 runs in the 8th. 1 more here in the 9th has made it a 12-10 ball game. 2-2. Haskin in the air. Deep in right field, but playable underneath it. Chufreda, and he makes the catch. And the Ocean State Waves have won it here at Cardines Field. An absolute heartbreaker for the Newport Gulls. What a Game 2 of this Pell Bridge Series. Your final from Cardines, Ocean State 12 and Newport 10.
Wow.
What a back-and-forth game, and I mean, this Pell Bridge Series has been something. This was quite the game here tonight.
Oh, definitely, and it lived up to all the hype that this series is all about here, the Pell Bridge Series. And, we've got 2 very different games here. First 2, one was a pitching duel, a defensive slugfest, and now fireworks here at Cardines Field. So many crooked numbers up on that scoreboard, and both teams fighting till the very end, but the Waves able to come out on top and now building a streak of their own as they've won their last 2.
It's a tough one for the Newport Gulls. Shane, a 6-game winning streak comes to an end, but it didn't come to an end without an absolute fight. Newport was down 6 runs. It was 12-6, then it's 12-10, and the tying run is in scoring position. It was so close. It's a tough one to take for the Gulls.
It is definitely a hard pill to swallow. That was just an absolute roller coaster of emotions. the beginning, the Colton Ledbetter home run, everything from the start. It was fireworks after fireworks to actual fireworks to an absolute heartbreaker here at the end. The momentum that these Gulls had coming into the bottom of the 9th, I really was obviously hoping for a different outcome. Part of me expecting a different outcome, quite frankly. The way that they've been able to battle back and come up in big situations, it was definitely a heartbreaker. Definitely hurts. But a 6-game win streak is still nothing to scoff at. Although it came to an end in dramatic fashion, I think that is still definitely a positive that the Gulls can ride. But a tough one all the way around, but a hard-fought battle nonetheless.
Newport with 13 hits tonight, 10 runs. It's a tough night, but, this series, these 2 teams played 7 times last year, and Newport won 4 of them. Back and forth they go, and so far, if these first 2 games are any indication, we're going to be in for another unreal Pell Bridge Series in 2022. Newport winning Game 1 of the Pell Bridge Series 2-1. Ocean State responding, opening up a 6-run lead, but they had to sweat it out down the stretch and just doing enough to win this game tonight.
Yeah, at times the Waves were up big, but again, it came down to the very end. The anticipation in this game was huge. You said it earlier. You could hear a pin drop. Just both teams gasping for air, remembering to breathe. It felt like both these teams could come out with a hero moment. At the end of the day, the Waves are able to outlast the Gulls.
Well, this tough stretch for the Gulls is going to continue tough in terms of the amount of games that they've played. This is Newport's lone home game in a 6-game stretch. 5 games, 5 out of 6 on the road. That continues for Newport tomorrow against the North Shore Navigators. On the road at Fraser Field. Then they come back to Fraser Field Sunday, first to make up a rained-out game and then to play again. It's a lot of baseball coming up for Newport. They'll try to forget about this. They can be proud of the effort tonight, and hopefully they'll try to carry this offense into Saturday and Sunday.
Indeed. And again, this Pell Bridge Series is really been a tale of 2 games. The first one, a game for pitchers to remember, I think we can all agree on, and this one, probably one a lot of pitchers would like to forget. 22 combined runs.
It's pretty crazy stuff. I mean, you go from 3 runs in Game 1 of the Pell Bridge Series to 22 in Game 2. You never know what you're going to get when you come out to the ballpark. The Gulls nearly did it again.
Just like a box of chocolates.
They nearly did it again.
Just like a box
exactly.
of chocolates.
I mean, Newport stranded runners on 2nd and 3rd in the 8th. They stranded them in the 9th, and that's what ended up coming back to bite them in this a tough loss to take. 12-10, the final. Ocean State, the road team, winning here at Cardines Field. That loss dropping Newport to 6-2 on the season, advancing Ocean State to 5-6. I mentioned Newport back in action tomorrow at Fraser Field against North Shore, and then back in action against the Navigators twice on Sunday, an off day Monday, a day that we typically have baseball here at Cardines. Newport will be off after the tough stretch, and after playing in New Hampshire on Tuesday against the Keene Swamp Bats, we'll be back here for a 6:35 first pitch against the Sanford Mainers at Cardines Field. Well, guys, it's been a pleasure.
Zach, if I could, actually, one more massive thank you to our grounds crew here at Cardines Field with
100%.
the rain delay and everything that we went through to be able to play this game, have these fireworks, of an offensive showing on this field. All of that made entirely possible by our amazing grounds crew. So
this field looks spotless. I mean, we had a ton of rain.
You wouldn't have known it was raining sideways.
We get here around 3 o'clock-ish, and once we sit down, it starts raining sideways. I mean, a monsoon of sorts. We got this field in shape. We didn't know if we would have a game tonight. We did, and it turned into a fantastic game, a 2-run win for the Waves, and just the beginning between these two this year. And
despite the loss, a fun one to be a part of regardless.
Of course, absolutely. And
nothing like some summer fireworks.
Oh, yeah. Just game number 8 of this lengthy Newport season, 44 games. And, Zach, it's been a pleasure to have you here at Cardines Field for the first time. I'll let you get back to that short, not to, of course, the pleasure, of course, it's only being such a short drive between these two, but it was a pleasure having you here tonight.
Yeah, pleasure as always, Zach. It's always fun to do games here, do games with you. I'll miss the next couple, unfortunately, but I'll be definitely watching, keeping track, and if it's anything, based on the first 2 games, this series is going to be electric the rest of the way.
Absolutely. Embrace the puns, Zach. Embrace the puns.
We're embracing them, whether it's subtle or not.
You got to own them.
Or intentional.
You got to own them.
Well, I think they're always intentional. It's
all
just
intended,
about how intentional you want to make
ownership.
them look, right? All right, well, it's been a thriller here at Cardines Field on Friday night. For Tom Lima in the broadcast booth, for my broadcast partners, Zach Austin and Shane Briggs, we say so long. It was a great night of baseball. The final score for the final time, Ocean State 12 and Newport 10. Zach Letson signing off. We'll see you back at Cardines Field next Wednesday night.